7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Croup and Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and two men behind the controls today. Doug,
what are they doing back there?
That's Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt. Very close.
They look very serious. Something's gone wrong, it looks like.
Yeah, I hope people can watch this on the YouTube because I see the tunneling gerbil says, I can't wait until this damn NBA Cup is over. That's what I see when I walk.
That is the first thing on the old chat
see it,
there.
Martin? Yeah.
The tunneling gerbil.
That's correct.
Had to have it. It couldn't just be the gerbil.
That's correct.
Had to be the tunneling
gerbil. You can participate and talk it over with a wide variety of listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. You can call in and talk with Chairman Kurt, and then you're put on the air here via the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Sometimes, that's correct. 314-974-0101. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And Doug, you just got the dossier. You were a little uncomfortable with how close it was to game time that you received the dossier.
Well,
but good news is it says 7 o'clock show open, uniform corner, exclamation point.
Vikings all-white get-up. We're going to talk about the Vikings uniforms? That's our lead story?
You got a better one?
Not really. Yeah, I'd like to see a little purple in those uniforms. I guess that's my take.
All right.
They were all white?
They were. I kind of liked them.
Did you?
Oh, wow.
I kind of liked them.
That goes against your brand.
I kind of liked I wish the helmet had a little bit more purple.
Okay.
I thought the helmet was a little too white, but I thought it looked pretty solid. I don't know. I like an all-white
Did you
look.
like the Packers all white on Sunday?
But that's the thing. It's like they like hedged. It was like the same uniform, but then they had the white helmet. The Vikings did like a whole kind of new look, and I kind of like that. And they don't have like a classic look. I wish they would go back to the actual Viking on the helmet as opposed to the horns.
Like the gentleman.
Like the gentleman.
The gentleman Viking.
Leif Erikson.
Perfect.
Leif Erikson.
Like an actual Viking from back in the day.
Thank you.
A Nordic era.
You've never heard of Leif Erikson?
Leif Erikson Day. That was an episode of SpongeBob.
That's how you heard of it, from SpongeBob.
Yes.
That's what's wrong with this country, right there.
Where's the education system?
If you're under
SpongeBob.
If you're under 28, text in. I guarantee they're saying the exact same thing. We know Leif Erikson from SpongeBob.
SpongeBob.
That just means your history teachers didn't teach you about the Vikings in school.
Oh, what a miss.
I got a purple helmet for you, Doug. That's from Doug's Prison Wallet, who monitors all TMA social media channels. Doug's Prison Wallet.
Okay.
I think we opened that door.
My favorite thing about the TMA app, presented to you by Schefter Door Company, it's Jason Gassrow's company, SchefterDoor.com. My favorite thing about the TMA app is that I can still send my feedback to Plowsy and Iggy, but not to Martin or KG. Thanks, that's from Mr. Licks. Jackson, how would you like to respond to Mr. Licks, who was ready at 7 o'clock to send that text in?
There has to be some sort of study done about people whose only goal is to complain about things that make no difference in their life.
The sound off section?
Like there has to be something missing. Something's not there. Maybe they're trying to fill something. I don't know.
Mr. Licks is a family man with wife and children. I witnessed him with my own very eyes last week at the Polar Express, Doug, and he's fabulously wealthy.
Well, good on him. Then he should spend his time enjoying life and not seeking out some of life's shortcomings.
So what does he want in the app? A link to email me or to text me? Or
on the TMA STL app, you can click all of us. You can email all of us right away, or individual members of the dais. And I guess what Mr. Licks is saying is you can still contact Iggy and the Plowhawk. And Plowhawk hasn't been on the show since March.
Well, maybe you could still email him.
And complain.
And Iggy hasn't been on the show since October. But Martin, you have been on the show, and Chairman Kurt has been on the show, and you are not reachable. And that's what Mr. Lick's grievance is.
You'd probably like to keep it that way.
Yeah, just call 2222222. You get Brown and Crouppen or Fox 2. It depends on the day. Looking forward to it. A lot of loyal listeners of the show were at the Jack Buck Sports Awards last night. I was at the MAC, did the TV side of it early, 5 and 6. I'm sure you guys were locked in. Jeremy Macklin, live guest, 5 o'clock. Coach Drink at 6 o'clock on tape.
Are they both going to be in studio?
No, they were with me last night briefly.
But Macklin, you've been talking
No, I
with
actually
about
did. I forgot to follow up on that. I've been texting with him about coming to the studio. I mean, I love his story. I mean, high school star, Mizzou star, goes to the NFL. I was looking up his stats before he came over, and I was like, I knew he had a good career, but over 500 catches, 49 touchdowns. So the MAC event, the Jack Buck Sports Awards, which Joe Buck, at an event we did a couple of years ago, he's convinced his dad started this because he would have been an infant. And he said, I looked at the timeline because I think my dad just wanted to get out of the house. He's convinced that's why these awards were started.
Really? That's what we got?
In December of 1970, 55th annual. But it was a great event, and people were, hey, you got to get up early tomorrow. Hey, how do you like it? You know, with all the smut and stuff. And I said,
oh, that's what they said?
yeah.
I think we should change the name to all that smut and stuff.
I said, that smut and stuff's usually right at the end, around 10:40. And somebody else said, will you be continuing to add Lil? So, like, Buzz is a texter. Is there Lil Buzz? Beer Cats has Lil Beer Cats. Somebody likes the idea that there's a second generation of texters. But great event. Brady Cook gave a really good speech about his career, his journey. Tom Ackerman, it was an Ackerman vehicle.
That's an Ackerman vehicle.
What does that mean?
That he's like the built-in host for MAC events.
Okay.
Tom skews blue blazer and khakis, fireside chat.
He hosts fireside chats?
Man, it just kind of has that vibe. Hello, friends. So welcome to the club tonight at the MAC.
Kind of a local Jim Nance type.
Kind of a local Jim Nance.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Okay.
I actually saw him go up to Jim Nance at the PGA Championship in 2018. He goes, Jim, Tom Ackerman. And he said, well, hi, Tom. And I was like, do they go way back? I don't know. But Tom did a great job. And at one point, he
But
said...
you emceed it last year, right?
No, I was on the dais last year.
See, Doug, see?
Dais. We don't have to keep using
I was
that
on the
word.
dais.
It's a table.
So Brandon Williams, the Battlehawks VP, was getting an award for his work, and I was there to introduce him. So everybody has somebody that introduces them. Doug Armstrong, friend of the show, introduced Ken Hitchcock. Laird Veach, the director of athletics, introduced Eli Drinkwitz. Howard Richards introduced Brady Cook. So there's like a theme. Last year I introduced Brandon Williams, and they said, hey, have a little fun. And, you know, my jokes might have pushed the boundaries of MAC etiquette. And Ackerman started last night by saying, our buddy Martin is here. Last year he knocked us off the air. But at one point, Tom said, all of this is brought to you by U.S. Bank. And it was First Bank. And he said,
And Jackson, can you imagine if you would have done that?
Yes.
So it became a little bit of a theme. And then when Drinkwitz got up there, he said, I don't give a rip if it's First Bank, U.S. Bank of America. We need your money right now for some players.
Wow.
But Chris May, friend of the show, said, show sounds great. He said, I appreciate Jackson's support of our uniform.
Jackson, how about that? I mean, here you are, 26 years old, and Chris May, the director of athletics at St. Louis
that's right.
University,
Does Rammer introduce him?
is monitoring your uniform takes, and it meant a lot to him and the Billiken administration for you to approve their alternate uniform.
It meant a lot for me for them to go with the script logo. You know, that
meant a lot to you?
Is that an emotional impact?
It's very dear to me. I love the script logo. I hate to admit it because, you know, that's enemy number one right now, but Illinois' uniforms are so gorgeous with that script logo. So for SLU to match that is impressive to me.
Our buddy Hitch got up there. Doug Armstrong introduced him. And then Hitch got up there and said, yeah, that was really nice, but I'm still pissed you fired me, which was a great line. Everybody laughed. Great event. A lot of friends of the show. And this is the most MAC seating you could have. To my left was Randy Molman, who was talked about on the Mole Hole, who we also had a discussion about a certain programmer. He also dealt with somebody who liked gift cards. We had a little discussion about that, but he was to my left, the PA announcer. He does basketball.
He dealt with somebody who also liked gift cards, or are we talking about the same gift card?
The same guy.
Okay.
He dealt with a certain person that might be the worst person on the planet. He dealt with them.
Is that what you're doing?
Covered a lot of ground.
And then to my right, a lovely woman who was Stan Musial's daughter.
Oh, really?
And I thought, this is the most MAC get-together. Yeah. Wonderful. It's kind of this Charlie season. What is it with the shutdown season? Just go to the MAC, have a banquet and a dais. It was great.
Banquet and a dais, Doug. Those are right up your alley.
That's all you need.
Do you have to have the dais? Can't you just have a banquet without a dais?
Well, Jim Montgomery was there, and I was talking to him, And he was off the stage. He said, God, I sit up there for 2 hours. Everybody's just kind of staring at you while you're eating, which is true. And I think there's a formula where you have a dais when you're ready for everyone to be honored, but maybe not during the meal. I think it's a little awkward. I was up there last year. Somebody took a picture and sent it to me and Cody Schrader. And he's eating a piece of cheesecake in the picture. And I thought, here's this finely tuned athlete and my fat ass next to him. And the picture is of him with a fork and a piece of cheesecake. I think it's an uncomfortable position to be in.
It's hard to look distinguished or refined when you're eating.
Yes.
What's the most distinguished food you can eat in the picture?
Wow.
Well, I'm not sure there's anything you can eat.
Chili dog?
While having your picture taken.
Chili? You say chili dog?
Yeah, chili dog. You ever had chili dog?
I'm sure I have.
Sure, absolutely.
Oh, man. It's a gastrointestinal mayhem.
But you can't really drink anything either. You take one sip of anything and you get your picture taken, and it looks like you've been drinking all night.
But what if you do it real classy with like your bow tie undone and you got the
I think you wear a bow tie, don't you?
Finger extended.
the scotch on the piano and you're just hanging out?
Ah, yes. Like Richard Gere and Pretty Woman.
Yeah, right. That's a classy
If the
drinking
drink isn't
tunnel.
if the drink isn't to your mouth or something, you might be all right.
Yeah.
But if it is, it looks like, man, this guy, all he does is drink.
Now, Martin, I went to the MAC site. Maybe it hasn't been updated, but there hasn't. Nolan Arenado won the Sports Personality of the Year in 2022. Paul Goldschmidt won the year before. Craig Berube, fittingly, in 2019. But was there a Sports Personality of the Year? And it was Drinkwitz.
Drinkwitz was the personality of the year.
And this was more about 2023, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think it's body of work for like the previous year. I was looking on the wall. They had a picture. Last year's winner was Bradley Carnell. And I said, boy, that didn't age well.
No, you got the boot.
Oh, wow.
Nolan Arenado, the year he won, I don't think he attended, which doesn't go over real well. I think.
Oh, that doesn't. I would think that it's kind of like a.
Understood?
Yeah, that.
Hey, we want to give you an award. Can you make it? Now, would Drinkwitz have still been honored and not shown up? I mean, I guess. But to his credit, he was there. I know he's on his phone a lot, but I think you have to be.
Especially at this time
Oh,
of year.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, right now.
I mean, you can't take a 4-hour window and just be in St. Louis at a
Not
great
right
event.
now as a college football coach.
Yeah, so I mean, I understood. He was clearly. I mean, he did a great job speaking. It was just a lot of fun, and it gets you in. What was yesterday? A full court press.
Holiday full court press.
Yeah, I feel like this was part of it.
Yeah. Did you have some nog?
Had a little
question.
nog, yeah.
Nice.
They had frosty mugs. They were serving beer out of frosty mugs.
Oh, that's nice.
Jim, Tom Ackerman. I wish I had that on tape. It was just a great exchange.
Like they're on the same level or something?
Yes, like network friends.
Well, Jim Nance is one of the nicest guys you'd ever meet, though.
I've only met him the one time, and he was tremendously nice.
Yeah. We interviewed him once when the PGA tournament was here at Belle Reve, and got done with the interview, and he took a couple steps over to the photographer and says, "And I want to thank you for the fine job you just did."
Was it
really? No.
Is he sure they did a good job?
I mean, like one of the nicest persons I've ever met before.
We should all learn
which
from
is
that.
nice.
At the end of the show, I'm going to get up. When I leave, Jackson, I'm going to walk around. I'm going to shake your hand. KG, I'm going to thank you guys for the work each day that you do on this show.
It'll feel really genuine now that you've laid it out like that.
Anyone want to wager that Jackson will tell us who won an extremely inconsequential hoops game that has no bearing on the rest of the season? That's from the tunneling gerbil. Doug, that tunneling gerbil is very active today.
Yeah. Minus
and I think
8,000.
a new participant in the YouTube chat.
Really anti-NBA.
Oh, it's minus 8,000. I'm absolutely going to tell you a score of a hoops game.
There you go.
Pistons and Heat.
Sure.
125,
That sounds like a Jim
124.
Bulls, Raptors. Can imagine that'll come up. Yeah, it's what I do every day. It ain't changing. Especially on the day of the NBA Cup final.
Maybe you could talk about that 144-107 cliffhanger the Jazz and Clippers played.
Ooh, Jim Dandy.
Yeah, James Harden was cooking.
Oh, boy, you're ready, aren't you?
Yeah, he is already. Doug, here's what we got on the dossier. We're going to have Rich Gould joining the program.
Eagles insider.
Yeah, he was on the sidelines. Martin, you and Ed Herman can revisit your debate regarding free agency. now that Juan Soto has gone to his...
Hold on, he went to the Tampa Bay Rays because they can all compete at the same level.
No. He went across town from the Bronx to Queens. So you get to revisit that conversation. John Kelly with the Blues taking on the Devils tonight, pregame 6 p.m. And Rich Gould's going to be with us. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I love when I see Media Wars with an exclamation point on the dossier. Do you know the Media Wars that took place yesterday?
Media Wars?
Do you know the two participants?
No, can we have initials?
ASDG.
AS.
Andy Strickland, Dave Glover.
Not a bad guess. This would be national.
Okay.
AS. Alan Smith?
Nope. No, he's
Stephen
pretty
A. Dyslexic Stephen A. Smith.
Adam Schefter and Doug Gottlieb.
Oh, no.
Head coach, but he's kind of more of a head coach.
Random. Those two?
Yep.
Over the Packers, maybe? I'm trying to think of what connects those two.
Jackson's so pleased with his teas.
I am.
NIL-ish?
So all of that coming up on today's TMA, and we welcome you to participate in the program. Text is a great way to do so. Air Comfort Service is a sponsor of the text inbox. 314-399-9646. 100 West Dental is a great sponsor of this program. Dr. Brandon Pryor was at the TMA toy drive for Annie's Hope and our holiday party this past Thursday. Online at 100westdental.com. You don't even need to pick up the phone. You can just schedule an appointment there right now. I think a lot of people, and understandably so, and maybe it's because of the way insurance is structured, that you have your dental insurance and then you have the rest of your medical insurance, but dental insurance, dental can impact the rest of your health. So don't separate the two when it comes to taking care of yourself and your family. Make sure that you get checked up at 100westdental.com. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance, and they have a huge offer going on right now. If you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100westdental.com. If you like to call, they have a number of 636-585-0100, 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. If you like the TMA hoodie that I am wearing, anybody else wearing any TMA? No. Available for you at tmastlshop.com. And you can order yours this week and have it in time for the holidays next week. tmastlshop.com. Hoodies, quarter zips, T-shirts, hats as
Boxers,
well.
briefs?
No, we haven't done that yet.
Okay. Because I was going to say I might be wearing
Doug's favorite
TMA
cocktail
underwear.
lunch. Oh, are you
Do
really?
they have those?
Why? I may have made it myself.
Oh,
gosh.
Embroidered it? Embroidered it.
Just to show my support for the...
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen and our Munganest, St. Louis Acura, Munganest, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour.
Now we roll down a tide country, gonna kick your ass to put it bluntly. Next, them Sooner dogs coming to Mitsu. That dog gonna be licking his wounds too. Don't look now, we heading to SC.
Oh, nice.
Can you play all these lyrics?
Yeah, that was offensive. Thank you.
An interesting remix where it just stops. It goes back.
Doug's always been critical of Jackson's out cues.
What isn't he critical of? What can I do right over here? I stapled that dossier real nice.
Why don't you
though.
thank him for his work at the end of the show?
Yeah.
Thank you so much
Shake
for
his
your
hand.
work. I do appreciate it.
Never feeling that.
Jackson, we're moving up Media Wars into segment 2 here on the Morning After. Our number 1, presented to you by Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL, where a new YouTube chatter, some wondering if it's a former YouTube chatter, now DBA, is Tunneling Gerbil. Chairman Kurt's nodding. He's hip to the game. The burner season. Tunneling Gerbil, very active in the YouTube chat today. Jackson, we have altered the dossier to go to Media Wars in segment 2. Adam Schefter versus Doug Gottlieb. What do we have here?
That's the benefits of a fluid dossier. Big story broke yesterday. I mean, big is relative. Every story is big or small if you want it to be, but
I don't think
Just tell us what the story is.
that was buying time so I could get the article
he
up.
talks himself into a circle guy.
Schefter tweeted out about Michael Vick as the new head coach per sources of Sacramento State as they move up to FBS from FCS and have over $50 million in NIL.
Sacramento State, Doug.
Now that's contingent on joining the Pac-12. They get the $50 million if they join the Pac-12.
Which has got 2 teams in it?
It's becoming the Mountain West. Like the Mountain West is essentially rebranding plus Wazoo and Oregon State. But Doug Gottlieb quote tweeted and said, "Jesus, Shefty, edit what agents tell you. 0.0 chance Sac State has $50 million in NIL." To which Schefter responded, the Sac-12, leading the school's NIL efforts, already announced it has reached its initial goal of raising $50 million in NIL funds to strengthen the school's case for an invitation to the Pac-12 or Mountain West. And then this is where he laid the hammer down on Mr. Gottlieb, who is, of course, the head coach of University of Wisconsin Green Bay basketball, in addition to his media job.
He is?
Yeah.
You know,
He coaches and
does a
gives
radio
takes.
show.
Yeah.
Now, you coached at St. Kitty's in Crestwood and still hosted the show.
Wizard of Crestwood, they called me.
They have a conference record of 0-3 and an overall record of 2-10. Doug Gottlieb's bunch with a 7-game losing streak.
Yeah.
So Schefter tweeted, "And Jesus, Doug, a 7-game losing streak in last place in the Horizon League. Less time on social media, more time in the gym."
Oh, got him.
Oh,
Got him.
my.
Take that, Mr.
Is that
Gottlieb.
Scottie Pippen, Patrick Ewing, Doug?
I think this is worse.
Really?
This is much, much worse. Runs deeper. So much hatred.
Boy, came over the top on the Horizon League record.
Yeah, they kind of hit close to home with Dennis Gates.
He pretty much trashed the league, too.
Yeah, well, listen, Doug Gottlieb.
Somebody's got to finish in last place in the Horizon League.
Why not us?
Is that the Cardinals model?
Somebody's got to be last in the NL Central. Why not us?
That's a nice new slogan.
Did Gottlieb need to chime in? That's the point. Probably not. It does seem like a shockingly big number for Sacramento State. But, Doug, do you know how many students they have at Sacramento State? They have 31,000.
Is that right?
31,000?
According to my instant knowledge here at Wikipedia. It's a state public university. However, they're
I would assume that's commuter school season.
Sacramento. We could ask Rich. Rich worked in Sacramento
That's
with
right.
Rush Limbaugh. We'll get some insight.
Where are the vibes like in Sacramento? Because it's landlocked, is it not?
That's right.
Yeah, it's the capital, of course, but is it?
Right. Here's a little education for you, Doug.
They only have one pro
Did you
sports
learn that
team.
on SpongeBob? That Sacramento's the capital?
No, I'm good at states and capitals, really good at states and
It's
capitals.
a big metropolitan areas, and I don't think there are a whole lot of other schools. I guess Cal Berkeley is somewhat close.
Yeah, San
But that would
Francisco.
be very difficult to get into and
Yeah,
very expensive.
hopefully Missouri can get the quarterback from Cal Berkeley.
Originally Sacramento State College, it's now California State University Sacramento. Sounds like a Mike Kelly intro. California State University Sacramento. Their what do you think their endowment is?
Can we have a hint of some
It's
sort?
$92 million.
$92 million.
There are some really big schools out there that maybe you haven't even heard of because they don't have a big, well-known sports department. Like Central Florida was that way for a long time. It's one of the largest colleges in America. But until the football team came on the scene a few years ago, a lot of people had never even heard of it.
Sports can put you on the map, Doug.
Man, that was the point I was trying to make.
Why? I was just reiterating.
Thanks for tying a little bow around that.
I was just trying to reiterate for the dais.
He was underneath, and I was underneath doing it with him.
Now, what did that have to do with the size of college?
That was about Patrick Ewing, and Tim mentioned Patrick Ewing.
Oh, okay. Nice mention, Tim.
Thank you.
Good morning. The A's will be playing in Sacramento for the next 3 seasons. Way to pay attention, LJ. That's from Eric in the Central West End. LJ.
Is that Libby Jack?
I think it might be Libby Jack, especially considering it comes from Eric in the Central West End.
It could also be Lyndon Johnson, who I've often
Usually
said.
called LBJ.
Right, but his friends probably call him LJ. I always said that he would have been a great member of TMA.
Lyndon Johnson?
Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Why?
He was always talking about his crotch.
But he was kind of a humorless, crusty old guy.
That's not how I've seen him painted. I mean, he was, I don't think...
Martin, did you expect to litigate LBJ at 7:25 this morning on
No, but I'm
101
thinking you should
ESPN?
play the clip. There's great audio of him getting the pants measured.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think he would have played well in 2024. He would have had to do some adjustments, but I think he could have played well.
But I don't think he even knew that he was being funny there.
That's
he was
even
just
better.
So full of himself that he thought he could do or say anything.
Seems like a recipe for outstanding radio.
Yeah, could be.
That was pretty innocuous ribbing. I would not call that a radio war. That's from Tervis Parrish, not happy with Jackson's anecdote.
I didn't, at the end of that, I didn't say, now I wonder what Tervis Parrish thinks of this. So I appreciate your comment, but it was not necessary. You know, like it wasn't like, what do you guys think? It was, this happened yesterday.
Guys, LBJ would tower over Tim. Everybody towers over Tim. That's from Kevin at the lake.
I think he's like 6'4".
I think so, yeah.
Second tallest president in American history.
Is Abe number 1?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Lester Holt went to California State, Sacramento.
Look at that. This is California State, Sacramento.
I believe Tom Hanks may have gone there.
Tom Hank?
Singular. I would lay down my life if Tim was in a radio war. Thanks. That's from the Springfield Mud Talk. Isn't that nice?
He's going to take the bullet for you.
Yeah, in a radio war.
He'll charge the hill, take the bullet, and then you can sneak around the back.
While not an LBJ expert, I think I have read every book about the man. I'm happy to help if you want to dive deeper into the topic. That's from Caller Ellen. Caller Ellen, call on in. Collier and Thompson phone lines. It's a big LBJ Tuesday here on the Morning After. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines.
I think for a long time, he was the richest president ever until Trump came around.
Is that right? Really?
I think so.
Oil man?
I believe that's right, yeah.
Not Jimmy Carr, the peanut farmer?
No. The Bushes had a lot of money, too, from their business. I don't know if they overtook the Johnsons.
Joan London went to California State.
Joan London.
I'm in this rabbit hole I cannot get out. Now, the Tom Hanks information does not appear to be accurate, but he's listed on this Wikipedia page.
Maybe he donates.
Honorary degree, perhaps.
I mean, words matter, though. Or would you say, nah? That's from Tervis Parrish. You like that, Doug? I mean, words matter, though. Or would you say, nah?
Words matter.
Why would you stop what you're doing and send that into a radio presentation?
Because your name's Tervis Parrish, and you bring the heat.
Words
I appreciate Tervis
matter,
Parrish.
though, but then nah?
No, he was saying that I would say nah, but I'm not. I'm saying yeah.
Okay.
I'm feeling pretty good about it. I like a good media war, even if it's generally innocuous.
Is that the end of it? Was just that exchange? Did Gottlieb come back for more?
Not much you can say after
Horizon
that.
shout?
That wrapped it up?
Well, it's like getting dunked on, and then who was it who threw the basketball back at Shaq after he got dunked on? They played for the Knicks. I can't remember.
Willis Reed.
No.
No.
I can't
Anthony
remember.
Bonner.
Dave DeBuscher.
It might have been Dave DeBuscher. He threw the ball.
Dave
and
DeBuscher was done in the 70s.
I was about to say Dave DeBuscher wasn't
sounded
playing
good.
in the 90s.
Sounded good enough.
I'll go with Anthony Mason. John Starks.
It wasn't Starks. He was bigger. I can't remember who it was, but he threw the ball. What?
Dudley.
Thank you, Dudley.
Nice job, Chairman.
Didn't he play at Sacramento State?
But he threw the ball back at Shaq, and that's like, you kind of look like a defeated man when you do something like that. So Gottlieb couldn't really come back from
It's
that.
easy to forget how good a player Shaq was because he's such a big TV star and so funny and so lovable. Unless you really follow the NBA, he was really a dynamite player.
He claims that in that third championship with the Lakers, he weighed 400 pounds. I don't think I can believe that. 400
he's one of the biggest
pounds?
humans walking the planet.
I don't know if you can move like he moved at 400 pounds.
That sounds a little high.
The biggest NBA player now is like 290, 300. I mean, he's got 100 pounds on them. It's not like he was 7'10".
I wonder how much Georgie Murison weighed. He had to be up there.
I don't even think Vince Wolfert was ever at 400. 400 pounds.
Hey guys, real talk. Doug likes texts that start off, hey guys, real talk. Hey guys, real talk. Who's the hottest VP to become president? Got to be a toss-up between John Adams and LBJ. Thanks, that's from Big Tough.
Certainly not LBJ. Certainly not.
Are you sure about that? What about Andrew Johnson?
Buck Martinez went to Sacramento State.
Oh, did he really?
Blue Jays catcher, announcer.
A lot of people, apparently.
Yeah, so it's a little bigger than we thought.
Not Andrew Johnson.
Erin in St. Chuck, Doug, one of our many female listeners, she happens to have nipple rings, is texting in, and she just answered 6. So that is what we have right now for our answers in the YouTube chat. Let's see. And, I defer to Doug's expertise. He may know much about LBJ, but he knows a lot about and then it got graphic. Then it got graphic. It did, and I had to press eject right before reading the remainder.
Smutting
This is from
stuff
the
right there. Smutting stuff. There it is.
Smutting stuff. Yeah, which you heard about at the MAC. One of the funniest impressions you'll see is Kevin Hart imitating Shaq falling down. Did it in one of his stand-ups. It's hilarious. That's Jackson's nemesis, Sharon and Clayton, another one of our many female listeners. Doug.
Seen it many times.
It's an open phone line Tuesday. I would love to talk. Remember John yesterday? He was great.
Yeah, I was a big fan.
Yeah.
I would like John to call in. Sharon, Aaron, call in.
Call her Ellen.
Call her Ellen.
You can get involved on the program via the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN, and you can watch us and interact in the chat on the TMASTL YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/Doug/TMASTL. There it is. This is The Morning After. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years, and Michael takes pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and make a great living. And that's why he's offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he is making sure he gets the best installers in the area and giving them $7 a square yard. That is incredible compensation in this industry. They have it all at Michael's Flooring, but carpet is back. They have so many varieties of all flooring with 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Holidays are here. People love to entertain and show off their home. No better way to do that than getting floored at Michael's. If you are a carpet installer interested in getting $7 a square yard, go to igotfloored.com. Or if you're interested in working with Michael's for flooring at your home, go to igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the New Jersey Devils. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Remix. Doug, we've cracked the code.
That's my favorite line.
Here's my favorite.
That could be a T-shirt, Chairman.
Of the fans, not money. And just like a picture of the standings.
I'm a big fan of Derek Gould's chat on STLtoday.com. That's a recommended reading from my standpoint. I was reading that this morning before coming in here on the Morning After 101 ESPN. And he said one of the things that changed from the press conference introducing Chaim Bloom along with Bill DeWitt Jr., Bill DeWitt III, and John Mozeliak is Wilson Contreras, Sonny Gray, and Miles Michaelis saying, "Now we're not gonna waive our no trade clauses." And so it went from what the plan was, which was to be more of an all-out reset, since they are very careful not to use the word rebuild, to, okay, now we're stuck with about $70 million in payroll that we were planning on being able to distribute to other teams, and now we're in a different spot. And the model might be more along the lines of, say, what the Brewers were kind of hedging doing a couple of years ago.
Aren't you surprised that these guys wouldn't waive their no trade? I mean, if you're a veteran, you've already got your money, wouldn't you want to go somewhere maybe that has a chance to win? Maybe a warmer city, a bigger city? Or
when you've got Arenado begging to get out of here, and you got other guys saying, I'll stay. Now, Michaelis, I would say, I don't know if it really matters. I'm not sure the value. I'm not sure that there's a market there.
You can't be so sure.
I think
Nice,
that one
Jackson.
is sort of
holding.
self-fulfilling. But Arenado is dying to win and saying, I want to go somewhere and win. It is interesting, like Sonny Gray, Contreras don't want that same thing.
Yeah, I would think they would all say, sure, I'll go. Where are you going to send me?
Right. And
Contender somewhere? Can I go to San Diego?
Let me know where, for sure.
And then I'll approve it.
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
If it's, say, the Pirates or something, an organization that hasn't really shown much interest in winning over the last few decades, then perhaps you say, nobody's playing better than the Pirates.
Well, you wouldn't send players like the Pirates would have no interest in players like that.
Right.
You'd think you would go maybe as a fourth or fifth starter to a contender, or Contreras could play for just about anybody.
Well, that's got to be the line of questioning at spring training, and hopefully we're there. And the line of questioning is, why did you want to stay? That's the first question. Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras, Jackson chasing him through the parking lot. Why did you want to stay?
So with regard to Michaelis, he's a Jupiter guy, like lives in Jupiter, and was there before signing with the Cardinals. Is his family here throughout the course of the baseball season? Gray, we know, is Nashville, and then Contreras. Because my guess is that plays a role in it. That's my guess. I could be off the mark.
Like kids in school, that sort of thing.
And I don't know, and I'm totally crowdsourcing. This
I
is
can't
100%
imagine
crowdsourcing.
I can't imagine it would be anything other than that.
Yeah, that's why I asked that.
What else is going to keep you here if you're one of these guys? I don't get it.
Botanical Gardens.
Good.
These guys
Very
don't
good.
want to be
What
traded
else?
because of the Botanical Gardens, because it's right there next to Gringo Jones.
That's correct. Yeah, it's the convenience factor.
Is that still open?
It is.
Nice.
Sure it is.
What do they
Lock
sell
everything
there?
up at night.
What do they
You got
sell?
all that stuff sitting outside.
Is it just like lawn
Patio knickknacks.
decoration? Yeah. Gnomes.
Weather vanes.
Weather vanes feels like
Reindeer. Yeah.
You also get some, Jackson, do you call this Easter eggs? Is that what you were saying about certain movies, they leave Easter eggs?
Yes. And
Do you
TV
like that
shows.
term, Doug?
No, I don't. I don't know what it is.
Sometimes when you read the entire chat on STLtoday.com with Derek Gould, you get some Easter eggs.
Nice.
And Tom Bruno, 23, asked, is it time once again for Bob Tewksbury to be included in the Cardinal Hall of Fame ballot?
Oh,
Is it time?
Is it time?
marvelous artist. He threw about 70 miles an hour. He got people out for a couple of years.
That probably threw off their timing.
Yeah, he was a good pitcher here. Hall of
Bob
Famer.
Tewksbury. When did he
Probably
play?
not.
Tewksbury,
I
I
want to
mean?
say late 80s, early
I'm
90s.
going to go, Martin, I'm going to go with, he was a 1992 Cardinal All-Star. That's where my action is. Anybody can do anything with it if they want.
Okay, I don't know the years.
And does that get me 91 and 93?
I don't know.
It was 93 Greg Jeffries, and you called him Little Elvis?
I never said that to him.
92 is correct, Tim.
Yeah. Now I'm having a huge show today.
Tewksbury with the Cardinals from 89 to 94. Not exactly a glorious era.
No,
And he went to Cal State, Sacramento?
he didn't.
No.
He was about the best pitcher they had there for a few years.
That's
and
right.
great guy, and a fabulous artist.
Guys, Miles Michaelis has extended family in St. Louis. That's from the 314.
Crowdsourcing pays off.
Yeah, that's a W.
And that's going to keep you here?
Want me to text Mozeliak and say, where does everyone's family live? Can I break down?
We're trying to figure out why guys want to stay at this point in their careers.
So are we.
I also wonder if it's playing time.
Yeah, if you're Contreras especially.
Yeah.
You know, how many
Well,
teams
number
are
one,
going to let you?
who's going to want his deal? And then number two, who's going to give him playing time? He's
Right.
not going to catch. And then it becomes, okay, is he your designated hitter for that contract that extends beyond
Right.
this year? And then also, I mean, they're sticking him at first base. You know, you also have to, Doug, what do you call it? Guns and butter, supply and demand,
Well, sometimes.
Y-axis guns, X-axis butter.
Okay.
Is there a lot of demand for Wilson Contreras in the open market? And then if that team actually wants him and wants the contract, would he get to play? At this point in his career, I don't know if he wants to ride pine.
Right.
No, I would suspect there's plenty of places he can play. He hits. He's a
Yeah,
hitter.
but like from what Tim's saying,
But
like
it's the contract. It's the
the contract they don't want.
Right.
Him, they would want.
and the fact that he doesn't catch. Like if you're a competitive team, you probably have a better first baseman than Wilson Contreras or a better DH than Wilson Contreras. Like, do you want to go play
Probably.
for another team who's in a similar situation for the Cardinals, or just stay where you're at, where at least we have the best fans?
Well, and they play here for the fans and not the money.
Thank you.
But Contreras is a good hitter. There are a lot of places he could play.
The 314 says the reason they want to stay is the media in this town is soft and there's no pressure to win.
Go give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
Oh, come on.
Well, that was nice timing on the
Have
Strauss
any of you guys ever delivered a Slurpee to a player because you thought he tried? Would that be awkward?
Is that your
Kev?
reward? Would that be your choice of reward for playing hard?
Well, right after a game, a Slurpee would be pretty good.
I used to see J.D. Drew and Ricky Inkiel deliver bottles of Budweiser to Will Clark in the Cardinal Clubhouse.
It's probably a better prize. I'd maybe I like a Yoo-Hoo. That's a celebratory
really?
drink.
That's on brand.
It's like Mountain Dew or something.
Yoo-Hoo? No, it's a chocolate
baby,
drink.
chocolate, sexual chocolate, Mr. Randy Watson.
You want chocolate right after
It's
a
like
game?
the most sugary chocolate milk you've ever had.
Oh, no thanks.
I don't even think they can call it milk. I think it's called chocolate drink.
I saw Strauss at a Rams game once in the press box. I said, what are you doing in there? He goes, thought I'd check out this clown show.
At least he was always very optimistic.
Mozilla called him Gloomy Gus. They would say, oh, no, Gloomy Gus.
I saw Arenado at the Crestwood Deerbergs. He's sticking around due to all the cute young dads in Crestwood.
I just don't think that's the case.
That's from Brain Beaven.
It's a mistaken identity. If you were him and had all that money, would you winter at Deerbergs in Crestwood?
I'm starting to become attracted to my wife's father.
Boy, Gabe's post-game shows. They only have a couple of years left. Why would they want to move their families just to do it again in a year or two? That's from the 6-1. And that's why I asked the question, /crowdsource, about the families. And does that impact it?
Well, most of them have, if they have a family, have a very young family. Little kids that might not even be in school. I mean, most of these guys don't have teenage kids going through high school and don't want to change. They got little kids, toddlers, that age. And if you got a much better situation and you're not in a city where you plan to live the rest of your career, I don't really necessarily understand why you wouldn't be open to going somewhere better.
I'm with you because, like, at the end of your career, after playing 15 years and you're 50 years old and you're sitting in a nice Corinthian leather armchair,
Ooh, I like that.
looking back on your career, can you say to yourself, I did everything possible to win a championship. I did everything in my power to put myself in the best position to win a championship. And then if you stay here, you might have some doubt.
Might have some doubt.
Might.
Color me shocked. This commie sucks down on, quote, chocolate drink after he plays sports. That's from Little Tommy Tribbins.
Well, I'm not saying like I do that. Like after a basket, like a Mizzou win, I hammer a Yoo-hoo. But I'm saying if I were to have a celebratory drink, I think it might be Yoo-hoo.
Really?
Non-alcoholic drink. Otherwise, yeah, I'll probably take a cold one.
Danny Padre is reporting he saw both Tyler O'Neill and Paul Goldschmidt in St. Louis this week.
I think Goldschmidt was living here year-round.
Yeah.
I saw him in October, but I mean, it was just a couple weeks after the season. Tyler O'Neill, I don't know, maybe he winters here?
Because it's warmer than Canada? Well, and if you are a player like him where you've moved around the last year and a half, I guess he's going to stay in Boston for at least another year, but maybe you don't want to just uproot.
Money goes far here, too. Goes really far.
Money goes far.
Compared to
Your slogan.
Others, like if you're Tyler O'Neill, it goes further than Boston. Not to mention Boston
Yeah, but
in the winter.
he's making
You
millions.
think he's got a tight budget?
Well, I think money goes further here.
Well, it does, but if you're making $10 million, does it matter?
Is he making 10?
Probably.
Didn't he just sign a 3-year, $50 million deal? Am I right on that?
Something like that.
Yeah, but that's pre-tax, you know.
You guys are good.
These Ledoux metrics, Doug, we just can't relate.
Oh, he plays in Massachusetts.
These are the guys we worry about.
Massachusetts.
We worry about
This
how
guy
far.
Jackson's trying to win over the people.
Going
Says
after
he's
Elizabeth
got
Warren now?
it. He's had enough of Paul Songus.
What a pull.
Wow. What about Dukakis?
Yeah.
Did you guys crowdsource? I'm new here, but at the time the season ended, there was the Instagram photo, and it was Arenado and Newt, and they were down in like Sullivan or Pacific, St. Clair.
Oh, they went to Buc-ee's, right?
They were posting pictures of them hanging, and it was days after the season was over. I'm like, why are they still here? Why are they there?
Boiled peanuts. You get some boiled peanuts.
That's what it was.
In
Probably.
Sullivan?
Yeah, probably.
No, that's where Biff's from.
Is that right?
Maybe they went to see him.
Biff, call in. You have KG's direct line.
Yeah.
They were seen. Is there a Buc-ee's in Sullivan?
No, I think they were further south than that.
I don't think we have Buc-ee's in Missouri even, do we? We got Wally's, of course.
Yeah.
Same thing.
I think they might have gone on a golf trip. I can't be sure, though.
I used to see Tyler O'Neill every Sunday at Lifetime. It was a smoke show watching him work out. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
All right.
Did Tyler, he just signed with the Orioles.
That's right.
I didn't know that. Was it just
That's,
happened?
that's the deal I was talking about. Yeah. Within the last week, 10 days.
That's why he lives here.
$49.5 million.
How far will his money go?
I apologize. $49.5 million.
He's gonna have to-
Jackson's a bird
I didn't mean, I
myself.
wasn't trying to correct you.
He'll have to move back to St. Louis to find a home if he's only going to get $49.5 million.
Does money go far in Baltimore?
Yeah.
I guess depends where in Baltimore you're
Fells
at.
Point.
I bet it's about the same as here.
Yeah.
It's similar cities to St. Louis.
Probably live in Bethesda, where Congressional is.
I don't know where he'd live. I just
Doug's
don't.
getting frustrated.
Yeah, I don't know. Which
I just know
Jeez.
Baltimore is a very similar city to St. Louis.
He's already made nearly $15 million, and now he'll be able to add another 50 to that 15.
Mm-hmm.
So he is kind of going to have to watch what he spends.
Yeah, can't live on one of the coasts for sure.
So that's why he's here.
Yeah.
Maybe he's
Sullivan.
Maybe he likes a little Midwest tough. He likes a little grit in his life. You know what? I'm with him.
Midwest Toughs.
Yeah, there's toughs around here.
All right.
People tough around.
I think Charlie Marlowe ran into Johnny Peralta at the airport one time, and it was a couple years after he had played
Just
here.
hanging out. See?
Yeah,
The players, they love it.
Kind of like
Cueto, really greato.
Now
Jackson's
that's
having a good day.
Jackson, you're having a huge Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. The theory is they were going to a golf trip in the Branson area.
That's what I thought it was.
Doug Payne's Valley, perhaps. I don't know.
I don't know
Costly to
either.
play out there. What do you think it is for a round at Payne's
Well,
Valley?
that's something else they don't worry about.
Well, geez. I mean, money is no object, apparently, but I think
To those guys, it really isn't.
Guys, the players stick around to see their legacy cemented in the form of a Yellowstone-themed promotional item for all the poor fake cowboys of Jefferson County to place on their mobile home's mantle, or the rich, phony MCC cowboys who think they're country because their dad and his client took them quail shooting once to try it out. It's so specific
It's
from
got to be Carlos Spicer in it. Yeah, I recognize the writing style.
So there are guys who went to MCC schools who think they're cowboys because they went quail shooting
Probably
because their
so.
dad and his client took them. I had no idea.
You ever gone quail shooting, Doug?
Hell no, I would never shoot an animal unless it was like a snake or something.
Yeah, it's probably tough to shoot.
I couldn't do it.
What about a tunneling gerbil?
Yeah,
Well, if it
that'd be
got
really
too close.
Obliterate it.
Get involved on this text inbox. Air Comfort Service, 314-399-9646. Call in. Chairman Kurt monitoring the phone lines, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Jeremy Rutherford with us on Wednesdays. He's presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's online at evergreenstl.com or call 314-889-0503. Very rarely can I say, if you give somebody a call and you talk for about 15 minutes, you're going to hang up and you're going to go, man, I feel better about my own situation and I just feel better about the world in general. That is what Mark Hanna brings to the table. And he's a financial advisor, and so therefore it's a very important skill set to have. Mark Hanna is with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He is online at evergreenstl.com or call 314-889-0503. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt. What's going on if you're watching on YouTube? as I see Chris Rohan. Do you say Rohan, Doug, or Chris Rowan?
I think Rowan probably.
Rohan. If you're watching on YouTube, you see Chairman Kurt and Jackson standing next to each other. And that's because Jackson is teaching Chairman Kurt the board.
That's right.
Jackson and I are off. We're going to go vacationing together next week during the Yuletide season.
Are you?
And I guess Chairman Kurt is going to be on the board. Mm-hmm. Wow, how about that?
How long does it take to learn to run a board like that?
Hopefully less than a week.
Getting prep, doing it instead of just like learning about it's the best way to figure it out. The great Marshy Marsh taught me how to run the board.
No fool.
And for like the first 2 days, he just stood by, making sure I wasn't messing up, and then eventually you get the hang of it.
About how many buttons would you have to hit to get the show on? Everybody's mic open, the camera's ready to go, and we're on the air. About how many buttons?
Upwards of 10.
Really?
Yeah, but in sequence, like it wouldn't just be like hit all of this and then things start working. You gotta do it, time it. But no one really cares about this.
Well, Doug did.
Doug cares. What was it like to get dismissed like that?
I did,
Really?
but
One of us has to do it someday.
that ain't happening. If
Don't talk to us like that.
Doug, I'm
going to rewind it. What just happened?
Is there not a list? Is there a printed list that you could say hit this and then hit that and hit this and then hit that? Someone could just go down the checklist like you're flying a plane.
I love you, Doug. I love working with you.
But
I think you are.
However,
at what you do, there's very few people. You are one of the most unique and talented broadcasters I've ever met.
Just get to it.
I would put every dollar I have that you would never be able to learn.
Including your trust fund?
Trust fund, lock, stock, and barrel. You could take it all.
Well,
you could take everything I own if you could figure out how to run this board.
No, I did that for a while when I worked in radio at Mizzou.
How about that? KBIA.
I've been on a Zoom call with you. That's all I have to say.
Well, I'm not saying I could do it without training.
Yeah.
My question was, if there's a sequence, isn't there a list you could hand somebody and say you got to hit that.
In theory,
and this?
yes.
It's not an occult science where either you can do it or you can't.
And I'm not saying it like this is like
splitting the atom over there.
Well, like I need a PhD to do this. There's like some very finicky things that I don't know if you would do well with. That's all I'm saying.
Finicky things.
It's not really. I'm not trying to come over the top and dunk on you for real.
He goes to war with Ticketmaster at least once a month trying to fetch tickets. So
yeah. Well, you couldn't fix my Ticketmaster either.
That's true. I shouldn't cast stones. We couldn't get those.
I'd like to caption this segment. Jackson thinks Doug can't run the board. That's all. That's really what this comes down to. I think we should let Doug try in the next segment.
Yeah, and then you can collect Jackson's trust fund.
Sure, yeah. I'd like your trust fund.
We'll go to John Kelly. Whoop, that's a drop from Joe Strauss. Let's go to caller John. Oh, I just patched in WIL. It would be kind of fun.
Yeah. Why is Jackson age shaming again? That's from Big Tough.
Yeah, it felt like it. Yeah.
Is that what that was? Was that age discrimination right here on the airwaves?
Not
and Herman's going to be in here, and he's going to litigate on behalf of Doug.
Okay. Well, that's now 2 lawsuits I'm facing.
Yeah,
I get that from my kids. I've told you that when I have computer issues at home. One time I asked Greg Vaughn, could you show me again how to put an attachment on this email real quick? And he just berates me, just yells at me. And I have to remind him, I said, I had to teach you how to poop. You couldn't use a spoon without me. And now here he is yelling at me because there's something with a computer that he knows that I don't know. Younger generation.
I didn't mean to sound like I was age shaming or shaming at all.
Doug, go over there. Just start pushing buttons.
That won't go well.
Gary Coleman. She's pushing my buttons.
Caller Ellen. Stunning text in the Air Comfort Service text line, Doug, from Caller Ellen.
What'd you say?
When did Jackson become a smarty pants a-hole?
What?
How do you like that?
Oh,
How'd that feel?
And now Scottie Pippen goes over to Jackson's side of the dais.
So I have to be like all sweet, aw shucks guy all the time while everyone rips me to shreds? I can't have a backbone at
Doug
all?
I
wasn't ripping. I was just asking.
I know, but it's the straw that broke the camel's back. Like I gotta stick up for myself.
This is misplaced anger. I think you're tired of being crapped on by
No,
the
I don't
texters,
care about
and then
that.
you just took it out on
But
Doug.
I have to you have to give me a little leeway to, at least fire back. I'm not a jellyfish. I have a spine.
Oh, how about that, Martin?
Not a jellyfish.
I was just trying to come to some understanding as to how difficult that was and what kind of procedure it took to learn how to do it.
It's not difficult. But it's like there's certain things that I just don't think that you're great at. I think you're great at other things.
Here we go again.
I gave an elongated, genuine credit to Doug before I even said it, and then I said what I said.
You could feel it coming, though, kind of like the roast where, I was with Bob in Vegas. Saw him sleep with a farm animal. Great father, great husband, really a great friend. Like, whoa, that just shifted dramatically.
I can't do what Doug does, not even a little bit.
My question was not, could I come over there and immediately start running the board? My question was, what does it take to learn how to do it?
All right, I'll change my tenor. Doug,
Okay.
because I think you are a very intelligent person, I think eventually you could get a handle. Yes, it is.
No,
I think you're very
wasn't.
intelligent.
You just said there was no way I could learn to run that board.
Yeah, well, I stand by that.
That took 10 buttons to hit.
Well, I don't know.
Ellen just landed a jab on this Libby simp. That's from Mr. Siders.
Because I thought we were, I thought things were different.
I have justice for Jackson. The older generation does not have the patience for computers. That's from Sketch Alex.
Well, there's some of that, yeah.
Sketch Alex.
When you do something one way for 50 some odd years, and then it all changes almost overnight, it is hard to learn that kind of thing.
I don't mean, all right, I rescind everything I've said.
Stop your rescinding.
Yeah, I take it all back. I apologize.
Popcorn boy heel turn. That's what Ricky Summers is saying in the YouTube chat. Jackson, they said this is the heel turn. John Cusack, not John Cusack, says Bucks won't put this timestamp in the archives. This is Jackson's heel turn. Is this a heel turn?
That's been said like 100 times. Like anytime I've said anything to someone crapping on me, not you, Doug, but people in general, is like, oh, here comes Jackson's heel turn. But like I'm just a normal guy who likes to talk about sports a little bit and hang out.
That's it.
Is that your dating profile?
Yeah, essentially. That's I like to talk sports.
Talk sports and hang out.
That's all I like to do. I think people bring a rise out of me sometimes.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air sponsor of the email today. It is our 7 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, and Doug. We love the people at Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota.
We sure do. We've gotten to know them very well over the last few years. I don't know how many years they've been a sponsor on the show. It's been a while now. So I've been there multiple times. I know everyone in the dais has been there. It's because it's just a fantastic place to go. Whether you're shopping for a new or a used car, they've got some fantastic rides, some Acuras and Toyotas and used cars of all stripes and just wonderful cars at both Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. They also do a great job of servicing your car. Even if you didn't buy your car there, they would love the chance to service your car, whether it needs major repair, just a little tinkering, oil change, you name it. They have got you covered, and they have a number that gets you straight to the muckety mucks. And here comes that number now, 314-252-0029. You call that number. They want to be accessible to the listeners. And Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganess, Ryan Seiberg, one of the top dogs there, will take great care of you and make sure that you get the kind of service that you deserve. They also have a great waiting room there with some fabulous little snick snacks and some drinks. If you have to wait a little bit, you're going to be happy there. Again, Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Take your car there. Give them a chance to show you just how good they are. Their website is stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Watch the program and chat with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Watch the show and interact at youtube.com/TMASTL. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the studios, ladies and gentlemen, from Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com. It's Ed Herman.
Oh, hello, Ed.
Oh, my God, he's back.
Yes, yes. Juan Soto, Mets, you called it, brother.
I did. Well, everything had been pointing in that direction, and he got a hell of a deal. And you know what? Good for him. As a Yankee fan, I am happy for Juan Soto in that this is a guy who bet on himself from early on. I mean, who do you know who could turn down over $400 million from the Nationals to say, no, you know what? I'm going to play out my 6 years of control. I'm going to test free agency. They trade him to the Padres. Padres try to sign. No, I'm going to play it out. Yep. Free agency. Yankees. And he was honest with them from day one. I'm going to play it out. I'm going to test free agency. And he did it. And the guy bet on himself, and he came away a winner.
$750 million.
He did. And he has to work 15 years for it, whereas in the same time period, Elon Musk's value went up $100 billion. It went from $300 billion to $400 billion in the same. And nobody seemed to think twice about that. But the fact that this guy's going to have to work hard for the next 15 years to make $750 million, and it's got the world's attention.
Are Yankee fans bitter? Do they hate him now?
No, I don't think so. I think the Yankee fans we never felt misled by it. I think he gave them everything he had for the full season. He gave them the full experience. And I also think that the Yankees, at least speaking for the fans, and I will, why not? I'm here, they're not. We're quite happy with the signing of Max Fried and the trade for Devin Williams. I mean, I feel like, and the trade of Nestor Cortez, quite frankly.
Yeah, to ship him out, addition by subtraction.
Exactly. You start putting those pieces together, and now all they have to do is take some of that money and figure out what they're going to do at first, third, and center. And then we'll be in business. But I think they've got a plan. I think they're going to bring in a couple more names, and it'll be a better deal.
Yeah, what do you feel about that?
Well, they can't get Arenado now. Arenado apparently gave 6 teams that he was willing to be traded to, and the Yankees did not make the list.
I saw that, and then I saw Derek Gould tweet that I wouldn't necessarily be all in on the Yankees being out of that. He's not as sure. But would you like him? Do you think they're in on Bregman?
Let me say, if in a perfect world, and again, money becomes an object and it limits your other opportunities, but I mean, in a perfect world, I would love to see Christian Walker at first and Alex Bregman at third. And I feel like with the Astros trading for Isaac Paredes, they're certainly not putting the same level of value on Bregman. I think it's a possibility. No. Then I don't know what you do in the outfield, but you know what? I could see a reunion with Harrison Bader. He's out there, right? And, he only had limited time in New York, but they really just need a center fielder who can man the position so that Judge can comfortably move over to left and call it a day, or move over to right and call it a day. But I think that can happen. I think they could afford to do that.
Do you love what the Cardinals have done so far this offseason?
Let me know what it is, and I'll let you know if I love
anything
it.
Yet.
No, but they're not aiming at any of the big free agents, and this is the time of the winter where that has to happen first. So let that play out a little bit, and then we'll see what they can do. I'm sure they're frantically on the phone trying to figure out what to do with Arenado, but until Bregman lands, I don't think Arenado's going to find his home. Just, for logical reasons.
Are you
sure that's a chicken and egg thing?
Surprised Arenado would want to play first base?
I just think it's a willingness. Listen, I love a person. Self-awareness is a wonderful characteristic for any human being to have. And if he's looking at where he is in his career, recognizing if I'm no longer bringing the same level of value with my bat, I have to bring additional value through something else. And at this stage of his career, what he can bring is flexibility and leadership. So I think what he's demonstrating to other teams is I can be flexible, and in being flexible, I'm demonstrating the ability to be a leader.
But if his bat is diminished, I think he has more value playing a good third base as opposed to first base.
I agree that that's true, and I think that most teams would agree with you and want to play him at third. But for teams that already have a third baseman and they have a guy, let's say it's Boston, and in his heart he wants to go there, and Boston may be still making some pretty big moves. They got Crochet, and there's talk that they may be going after Burns now. But on a situation like that, he wants to send a signal to them. It'll be like, I respect Rafael Devers. If he's your guy at third, I don't want to ruffle feathers. I want to demonstrate a willingness to move over if need be. Now, it may be that Devers has told the Red Sox he'd be willing to move over to make space if they want to bring in a third baseman. So I think, I like the positive attitudes.
Well,
I like the
I get
flexibility.
why he's saying it. Hey, I want to go. I'm going to be a great team player. Whatever you need from me, I will do it. Get me out of St. Louis, stat. Hashtag desperate to leave. I get why he's saying it. I just don't get why a team would want him at this point in his career and then put him at first. That's
I really don't think a team would. I think a team, though, could if they just, a lot of these teams, they like the position flexibility. They like to know they can mix and match their players.
The Max Muncies of the world.
Take the Houston Astros, for example. They've really struggled as of late to get a consistent first baseman. And, they're a team where they're like, they want their options open. Now they have Parities. So if they don't get Bregman and they want to bring in, Arenado, they got options. They could play one of them at first and one of them at third. They could flip them the other way. They can do it this year while Arenado is still sharp on the corner, keep him at third. But he's also thinking about the later years of the deal. I think there's still 3 years left on the deal. So he may be sending that message, not necessarily for year 1 or 2, but to know on the back end, I'm willing to make a move and be flexible.
Reading an article in Front Office Sports this morning, Ed, they say the billion-dollar player is around the corner and could already be.
Was that Delacruz?
That's one that they mentioned. They also mentioned Gunnar Henderson, possibly. Now, the change with regard to the big contract we saw from Harper, which seems dated now, 5 years ago, and then recently with Soto, both those players were in the major leagues at the age of 19.
That's the key.
And that's the key.
That is the key.
Because that's the longevity.
Right, and that's the part I was talking about the last time I was on, and why baseball and the salary structure is what creates the level of parity that baseball has, which is statistically greater than any of the 4 major sports, because a team can control your own player for a 6-year period. And so often the best 6 years of your career come in that first 6 years. And it's like looking at Albert Pujols. How much money did he earn in the first 6 years? How much value did he provide? Tremendous disparity in the favor of the Cardinals. Look at the last 6 years of his deal with the Angels. How much money did he cost? How much value did he provide? And the disparity is the exact opposite way. So I did a little analysis because I know this was a controversial subject the last time I brought it up.
And that is baseball
salaries and whether or not it needs a salary cap in order to create fairness. And I had made the point that because of the baseball salary structure, that's not required in baseball like it is in the other sports. I looked at the Yankees because I heard you talking to Andy about them last week.
Andy Crouppen.
And this idea that the Yankees having a big payroll accountable for their championships. First, to be clear, 15 of their 27 titles came before free agency ever existed, so you can't point to payroll considerations there. But if you're looking after that, I looked at 1997. Why? That was this year right in the middle, sandwiched in their dynasty of the late 90s. They won it in 96. They had the best year in the history of baseball in 98, and then they won it again 99, 2000. In 1997, they had their core 4. You've heard of them: Posada, Pettit, Rivera, and Jeter. Their combined salaries in 1997 was $1.8 million. Okay, this is them at the beginning of their career. Their numbers are startling. They're in the middle of a dynasty, and their combined salaries were 1.8. Now, in 2001, now they're all arbitration eligible, so they're starting to make some real money. That's the end of the Yankee dynasty, right? They lose to the Diamondbacks Game 7. 2001, the 4 players' combined salaries were just over $32 million, 18 times what they had been for the exact same 4 players just 4 years later, simply because of how the structures work. But then I looked at 2008. It's the last time they played together before the 09 team started bringing in fresh faces. And it doubled from there. It was over $65 million to have those 4 players. And now you're talking about the 4 of them at the end of their careers, where their numbers were way down, except for Rivera, who was every bit as good as he ever was. So that really demonstrates the point that because of how salaries work, you're always giving them their money after the fact. It's you get the value up front, and then some sucker team, typically the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, they have to grossly overpay you to make up for the years that you barely got paid for your production. And there you have it. What say you?
Eddie Baseball.
Yeah.
Eddie Baseball.
We've pushed him as the next commissioner before, Martin.
What say you?
Well, I think it still gives you the chance. Now, I agree with your previous premise. It's a crapshoot in the playoffs, so a team like the Diamondbacks can get hot. But a team like the Dodgers going into next year has a greater chance than most teams because they can afford to have all these supremely talented players. The Yankees and Mets have a better chance than the Marlins because of the money they're able to spend.
I would say that the Reds have a better chance than they did because now they have a Hall of Fame level manager, and now they have young players who are 1 year more developed. I would say the Cubs have a better chance because the Brewers just lost, Willie Adames and Devin Williams, and no other team in that division is really like. There are a lot of things.
But it's not the only ingredient.
But the thing is, there's a litany of it. Who's got better scouts has a better chance. Better international development has a better chance. Like, it's an attribute. There's no question. Having more money is a great attribute to have for a team, mostly because you could afford to eat a bad contract. Whereas that to me is the single biggest advantage of having money. If you could eat a bad contract, it doesn't, basically cripple your team for a few years, like the way the Orioles were behind the Chris Davis contract. That was a team that could not afford a bad contract. And when they had one, it took them out of the running for, 4 or 5 years. But other than that, to me, it's just one positive attribute that a team can have to lead to a winning combination.
It doesn't guarantee success, but the Phillies bought their way into contention in the last few years. All of a sudden, they became a pretty darn good team, and they just went out and spent like crazy.
Well, here's the thing with baseball, too. It's different than the other sports. Having the best player gets you nothing. This past year, it did well for the Dodgers, but traditionally, it gets you nothing. Case in point, take basketball. Basketball, the easiest sport to win a title in if you have the best player in the game. You can look every year at, say, who's the best player in the game? Forget the best team. Who's the best player? The chances of that team winning a title are substantially higher than in any other sport because only 5 are on the court at a time, and they can usually bring in one complementary piece. You could point to it historically over and over, and you see dynasties. But then you look at a team like the Mariners in the late 90s, who had the best outfielder in the game in his peak in Ken Griffey Jr. They had the best infielder in the game at his peak in Alex Rodriguez. And they had the best starting pitcher in the game at the time at his peak in Randy Johnson. And that team could not even get to a World Series. Having the best players in baseball, even if you have 3 of them, 4 of them, simply does not guarantee you any level of success at the highest level. And as it is in baseball, 29 out of the 30 teams have been to a World Series, and the only team that hasn't is the Seattle Mariners, who happen to have the record for the most wins in a season of any baseball team. That, to me, is parity.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of all the deferred contracts, in particular with the Dodgers? They're over $1 billion in deferred.
I'm very against it, but, this is a larger issue for me, Tim, because... And the listeners can decide for themselves. I guess everybody can. But in the world of ethics, what is the more ethical way to conduct yourself, according to the letter of the law or according to the spirit of the law? That is a great ethical debate to have when you have time someday for a better debate, because there are some people that will claim the letter of the law is the thing. It's when you start trying to interpret the spirit of the law that activism comes in and people just start making up their own rules. But honestly, from my opinion, is just the opposite. The people that follow the letter of the law are the ones taking advantage of loopholes. There really are no loopholes when it comes to games. What there are rules and limitations as to how many situations can be covered under those rules, and then the hope that people will understand the spirit of the rule and abide by it, abide by the spirit, not by the letter. This deferred compensation stuff that the Dodgers are doing may be complying with the letter of the baseball law, but it is not complying with the spirit of it. They are avoiding massive penalties and luxury tax that should be going to the other teams, should be penalizing the Dodgers and helping to neutralize it. And when you see people taking advantage of a loophole, just know, in my opinion, that is not ethical. That is not the spirit of the rule. So when you have people that do the same thing when it comes to their taxes, major corporations, and they say, hey, yeah, there is a loophole there. And, I'm just doing what any good business person would do. I'm taking advantage of it. Where I come from, that's crap. You know why the rule is there. You know what it's intended to do. And you're just trying to avoid it because you're sticking to something that, is not what they intended, but they had to write it that way because you can't write a rule for every single situation. So that's how I feel about it. I believe that what the Dodgers are doing there is technically correct, but ethically unsound.
Ed Herman, Brown and Crouppen with us on Tuesdays here on TMA, and you had a blog?
Yeah, Eddie Baseball.
Is it still with us? Or
I have not written in there since '08, but I will say that one of the pieces I did in there analyzed a bunch of Hall of Fame statistics on several players that I thought should be in the Hall that were not in the Hall. And since then, every one of those players has gotten in the Hall.
Wow.
So, really?
Yeah, that's right. I'm
is
good
that
at
a
this.
Soothsayer? Huh. Is that a soothsayer?
That's the thing is when you take a lawyer who's all about winning arguments, making arguments, articulating points, and you give them a passion like baseball, you just want to take all of that passion and all of that analysis and just apply it to something that you actually care about.
Did you have Pete Rose going in at some point?
It was the first blog I wrote was why he needed to be in the Hall.
Think he'll get in now that he's no longer with us?
You know what? Yeah, I do think he'll eventually get in. I was relieved when I went to the Hall, and this maybe gives some relief to people. I know you got to kick me off, but, there's the museum at the Hall of Fame, and then there's the gallery. He's not in the gallery because you got to be elected in to get in the gallery. But the museum, which really covers the history of the game, soup to nuts, he's very well represented on the history side of baseball.
Like hitting streak and moments in his career.
The moments, jerseys, also like tons of stuff. In fact, all of the guys who are currently out because of either steroid reasons or belief of steroid reasons, they're pretty well represented in the museum portion. Their accomplishments, the jerseys, their histories.
Like McGuire.
Yeah, like the Cooperstown, I have to say, they've done a wonderful job in simultaneously capturing the history of the game in the museum, but the integrity of the game in the gallery. So, kudos to them, but I do think Pete deserves to be in. I mean, sometimes you've paid your price, and there has to be a point at which people feel like a price has been paid, you're back to even, and now let's get back to business. On another day, because I know how things work on the show now, but on another day, bring up Pete again, and I'll bring up what I wrote about him originally.
Oh, okay. Eddie Baseball. If I call all twos, can I get that coat you're wearing? That's pretty sharp.
It's a sharp coat.
You know what? And it was very reasonably priced.
Is that right?
Really? Oh, he's modeling it.
Brown and I saw that. That was kind of like a little post. 314-222-2222 or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. Ed Herman with us here on TMA.
There you go, folks.
Eddie
and also remember, we're lawyers. Hire us.
There is that, too.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ed. That's Ed Herman of Brown and Crouppen with us here talking it over regarding MLB. That deferred contracts thing is the thing that I think it doesn't get near the attention. And then listen, I'm sure plenty of you in the audience are well aware of it, but I don't think it's getting near the attention as far as like the size of the contracts, what the Dodgers are doing, and what he speaks to with regard to the loophole. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. You are welcome to text in for the Air Comfort Service text line anytime. Save it in your phone. Participate in the program. 314-399-9646. The YouTube chat. Ed is a polarizing guest. People either love him or they hate him, and he doesn't care one way or the other.
No. What's to hate?
Well, I mean, I can take your pick. I can read a potpourri of the text. This guy's voice is nails on a chalkboard. Oh. And then the very next text is, this guy is very knowledgeable, and I've enjoyed listening to his perspective. Absolutely. There you go.
Yeah, that's what we need the correct perspective.
Is sponsors to come in and do actual sports talk.
Yeah, because we're going to play what Doug calls slap and tickle.
Yeah. Smutting stuff.
That's what we do best. That's our bailiwick.
All right, John Kelly is coming up on the program. Rich Gould was on the sidelines hanging out with Nick Sirianni when they beat the Steelers.
I texted Rich. I said 9 or 9:30. He said that's fine. I was which one? So
that's coming up, and then you can email in as well on the program. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
We are knee-deep in the holiday season. You're getting ready to load up for entertaining at your house, and Schnooks is going to save you money. With the 12 days of savings that's going on right now, going on until December 22nd. The 12 days of savings presented by Schnooks, where you're going to get up to 25% off holiday essentials, including things like party trays. Great for that office party, or if you're entertaining family, pick up a party tray, save money. Every day during this event, Schnooks will drop a new digital coupon with a hot offer. Just look at the Schnooks Rewards app. Check out those daily offers. Clip the digital coupon. It's only available in the app. Each offer lasts just one day. Be sure to grab these hot items while you can at your neighborhood Schnooks. 12 days of savings. The holidays are happening. Make Schnooks your place to go to stock up. Check out those weekly ads. It's the Schnooks Rewards app. View all the great offers for more information. Stock it up this time of year. Do it at Schnooks. The 12 days of savings at Schnooks. It's only available in the Schnooks Rewards app.
TMA 101 ESPN, 8 o'clock hour is presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the show. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program on our Callier and Thompson phone lines, John Kelly. Morning, John.
Hi, Tim. How are you doing?
I am wonderful. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great.
I'm looking forward to seeing if the Blues can keep the momentum from Sunday. You know, I don't think that they necessarily played a great weekend's worth of games, but to pick up 3 or 4 points, especially considering what the schedule has been like in Dallas and at home against the Rangers, I think everybody would have taken that. I'm curious, you've been calling games, for a long time. I don't really recall a stretch like what the Blues have had for about the last 3+ weeks, with the combination of road games and caliber of opposition like they've had. And I think it's encouraging that they've been able to play the way they've played, considering both the teams and the schedule. Your perspective?
I agree 100%. And it really started when the Blues made the coaching change. They were, of course, on that East Coast road trip. They had lost to the Islanders, and then, Jim Montgomery was named coach against the Rangers on the 25th, and since then they've gone 6-2-2. So consider they were out east for 3. They came home for a couple. Then they had that 4-game road trip out west, went 3-1, and then last week, it was a tough week. The Blues played 4 games. They had 4 different flights coming all the way home from Vancouver, and they got 5 points out of 8. So I think all in all, I think the Blues have to be thrilled with where they sit today. A game over 500, but it doesn't get any easier, Tim. That's the bad part. Yeah. You have the Devils tonight. They're a really good team. The Blues beat them in New Jersey just before Thanksgiving, 3-0. And then you got to go on the road to Tampa Bay and Florida, the defending Cup champs, and then in Detroit on the 23rd. So, if the Blues, they have 4 games, left before the holidays. If they could be, a game over 500 or better, I think they'd be in pretty good shape, and it'd be a heck of a month. Is everyone's schedule a little off because of the 4 nations? Are they squeezing all these games in because they've got the break coming up? Yeah, exactly. I don't know how much more condensed it is than normal. Don't forget now, teams do get a winter break every season during a normal season. But this year is, as you said, with the 4 Nations tournament coming up in February. And, of course, next year it'll be a longer break with the Olympics, so the schedule could be a little more condensed. So I guess the bottom line is, every team's going to go through this. Unfortunately for the Blues, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, their tough month is December, but they're 75% through the month, and again, so far so good.
How much help do you think they'll get from Cam Fowler?
A lot. He has played really well. He was +3 the other night in the win against the Rangers. Played really well. And, the thing is with Nick Leddy's situation, completely up in the air. I mean, he hasn't played since Game 4, and we still don't know what his issue is. And there's no timeline for his return. He's been skating on and off. He was on the road trip out west, went home. So I have no idea if Leddy's going to play, tonight or next week or who knows when. So to get a veteran defenseman is huge. And when Fowler plays in game number 1,000 on New Year's Eve in Chicago, assuming he doesn't miss any games, that will be the Blues with 3 defensemen with 1,000 games or more on the ice. So, that's really remarkable that they have that much of a veteran presence, and I think it's fantastic. So he's going to be a really big ad, and I think it was a great move by Doug Armstrong because of the uncertainty with Leddy.
John Kelly, our guest here, Callier and Thompson, phone lines. This is 101 ESPN. The show is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. John, unique set of circumstances here. You mentioned Doug Armstrong. He was in studio with us a couple of weeks ago, and I asked him about how polarizing Jordan Kyrou has been and his impressions of his performance so far. Kyrou on a heater as of late. Meanwhile, Brandon Saad, a unique set of circumstances here, and Sports Illustrated, I assume this wasn't AI yesterday, writing a column about the possibility of the Blues letting him go via trade. So Kyrou trending upward, and certainly has been in the crosshairs of criticism from Blues fans, in particular over the last year with the Craig Berube moment. And now he's moving upward. Meanwhile, Saad, the veteran, is struggling and a healthy scratch a few games ago. Your impressions of the situations there with the veteran, and then the relative to his status in his career, young Blues forward Kyrou.
Well, I think, first of all, with Kyrou, he has now scored goals in 4 straight, and I think 8 goals now in his last 12. He scored a brilliant goal the other night against the Rangers. I think the thing with him is he really connected with Jim Montgomery when he was an assistant coach with the Blues from 20 to 22. And then Monty, of course, leaves and goes to Boston for 3 years. And his play, I think, honestly, was up and down. Not that he had terrible years. Had 37 goals a couple years ago. So the offense has always been there. But he's been more consistent and I think a more determined player since Jim took over a couple of weeks ago. And that's great to see. And you could say the same with Robert Thomas. Thomas now has points in 7 straight and assists in 7 straight, which is new career high. And I know that he really connected with Robert as well. As far as Saad, the bottom line with him is that he missed the first 3 games. His wife had a baby, great reason to miss a game, obviously. But he never really has found his stride. He's only scored in 2 games this year, 2 2-goal games for Saad. So he just has never found the consistency. And my guess is, and I can't speak for him, but he just doesn't have the confidence right now. He not that he's playing poorly. He works hard and does some good things. To me, the biggest thing, and Montgomery alluded to this the other day, he's not getting to the inside. So, he might have a nice rush up the ice and get a shot on goal, but it's not from a really great scoring area. So I think that's the biggest thing is really 2 things. He doesn't have the confidence right now, and he's not getting to the inside.
John, did your grandma actually hide the cookies in the top shelf?
Oh, no. You know what? You know who used that call a lot is the late Rick Jenrette of the Buffalo Sabres, and our director, Phil Mollica. You guys probably know Phil. He's been around forever. He was the director in Buffalo and worked with Rick. So Phil's always... He's always on me to use that call, and it worked that time because Robert went upstairs on the goal. So that was just to pacify our pain in the butt director, Phil Mollica.
Oh, I loved it. And Phil does Olympic hockey. He's highly regarded, part of the great team. I enjoyed it. And Robert Thomas went top shelf, and John said that's where Grandma hides the cookies. And I started thinking, my grandma she also hid some martinis up there, but she hid the cookies.
Can't say that.
I don't think you can say that.
No.
But I enjoyed it.
You just did, so it's fine.
No, it's out there. It's right. It's out there.
It's into the ether. John, appreciate the time. As always, Blues and Devils tonight. Pregame here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. John, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
All right, guys. Have a great week.
You too. That's
thanks,
John Kelly with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug Callier and Thompson, a longtime sponsor on TMA. I had him out to the house a few weeks ago. As a matter of fact.
How'd that go?
Oh, it was
Pretty
great.
well?
Super helpful.
Yeah.
And it was great to have Carolyn at the house talking it over, trying to figure things out, Doug. I'm trying to figure things out.
Well, they'll get it figured out for you. It's amazing some of the work they've done. If you want to see some examples of it, you go to CallierandThompson.com and look at the before and after pictures. Sometimes you don't realize just how tired and dated your house looks until you see what it could look like. And that's what they can do at Callier and Thompson. They can give you some ideas, and you go, oh, wow, we could do that in our house. Imagine the improvement, the investment in your home, that is. It's just a great way to improve the value of your home by letting Callier and Thompson redo certain areas. Of course, they specialize in kitchens and bathrooms, but they do any area of your house. They do basements and wine rooms and man caves and bars and accent rooms and fireplace walls and offices, and they'll knock down a wall on the first floor to open things up. That's, of course, the current trend, and they do that all the time. They also sell top-of-the-line appliances like Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero. If you just need an appliance, you don't want to redo the whole kitchen, they absolutely can take care of you with that as well. They've been in business since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 160 years of combined experience. These people have been doing it for a long time, and they are absolute best in town at what they do. They have a great showroom for you to go out and take a look, mosey around, browse around their 10,000 square foot showroom, get some ideas for what you want to do with your home, and then put a plan into place. They will help you every step of the way. Callier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Callier and Thompson, come home to quality. Online at CallierandThompson.com.
Welcome to watch the program at youtube.com/TMA STL. Very active chat, 243 people in there talking it over right now, including Jackson's drop auditor, Bevo Bill, Don PP, Ricky Summers, and Longshanks. And he was the king in Braveheart. Am I correct on that?
I didn't see the picture, Tim.
Oh, you haven't seen Braveheart?
No, I haven't seen the picture.
Best Picture 95?
Was it?
Jackson's not a big fan? Is that right?
Is that right? What's the problem with Braveheart?
You Scottish, Irish.
No, it's just like you watch it once, it doesn't do much for me. I don't know. It doesn't move me.
You anti-disemboweling?
No, I like some good.
He likes it.
There's some
you're
good
anti-botulism, but you're okay with disemboweling.
There's some good disemboweling in samurai movies, and I like samurai movies, so I can't be anti-disemboweling.
Is there such a thing as a good disembowelment?
Yeah, samurai. I feel like
969.
What else entailed in a disembowelment?
Usually, like in a samurai movie, it's like self-disembowelment. You like stick the sword in yourself and shake around, and get the guts out.
Oh,
well, I mean, that's what disemboweling is. You're removing the bowels, I think, right? The innards.
That's a spoiler alert for what happened to William Wallace, Doug.
Okay.
What should have won instead? Let's go.
You got disemboweled?
Yeah, right at the end. I'm surprised you didn't see it.
No, I haven't seen the picture, Tim.
Why don't you come over tonight?
Well,
we'll
I'm
watch the Blues,
so
and then during
busy.
intermission, we'll start on Braveheart. Jackson's going to tell us what should have won in 1995. This guy owns goodorbad.com.
So Braveheart won. Apollo 13 was nominated. Babe was nominated. Il Postino was nominated. And Sense and Sensibility, rough category.
Babe the Pig?
Babe the Pig was nominated for Best Picture?
It was George Miller, yeah.
It was hideous.
It was George Miller.
George Miller, if you liked Mad Max Fury Road, that's the mind behind that.
Apollo 13 is pretty good.
Apollo 13 is great. I mean, that's not Best Picture, though. Like, that's not a Best Picture. It's a great movie.
Because it's
That's
not an
best-
art film.
No, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. I see Nicolas Cage won that year for Leaving Las Vegas. I don't think that should have won Best Picture, but I like that movie.
You'll take it over Braveheart.
No, because it's not. Braveheart is like a Best Picture kind of winner. It's like an epic
But you don't like
film.
it.
It's not just. It's just not my
You would
favorite.
have liked to have seen Pig in the City one.
I wish Pulp Fiction would have waited a year and then come out the next year and then won. That would have been. So that way Forrest Gump still wins in 94 and then Pulp Fiction wins in 95.
All right, done.
Or Shawshank could have done the same thing because both of those movies not winning sucks.
Doug, there's your breakdown of...
Shawshank's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, that's a great
And
movie.
you're furious, are you more furious about Braveheart winning Best Picture or Crash winning Best Picture?
None of the above. Shakespeare in Love beating Saving Private Ryan.
Is that 1998 or 1999?
I don't
Doug?
know.
I think 98.
That's robbery.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
robbery.
Doug, you're on the same
Yeah.
page.
That was a Harvey Weinstein thing. Like he really worked that to get Shakespeare in Love to win.
And what a wonderful person.
Right.
And Crash won, and that's because of Ludacris's performance.
Oh God. Yeah.
That one really got you.
Martin Jackson's in a dark place now.
There's just been some really bad ones, and Crash is certainly one of them.
And what should have won instead of Crash?
Brokeback.
We don't even hear the mountain anymore. It's just Brokeback.
Just say Brokeback. People know.
I mean, they're like that year was Brokeback. It was where's Best Picture? Boy, the Academy does a really bad job of Crash, Brokeback,
Call them out.
Capote, Good Night and Good Luck, and Munich. The last two, no thanks. But Brokeback should have won. Yeah.
Not Brokeback Mountain, Doug. Brokeback.
Just plain old Brokeback. And what did you like about that? I'm almost afraid to ask.
Oh, boy.
It's a good story. It's a good love story.
There you go, Doug.
I mean, if you aren't 13, you can get over the fact that it's a couple of gentlemen.
Now he's shaming you on age again. I mean, this is really...
It's become a real thing.
I don't mean to.
Recurring issue.
That was a reverse age shaming.
You can sue for age discrimination.
And Herman's ready to take the
He
case.
said he wouldn't take
It's
it.
not like I'm taking food off your plate. I think that's the only way you really have a leg to stand on.
Good morning, Gladiator is the greatest movie ever made. That's from the 636. Just kind of a take out of nowhere.
I don't know.
I love Gladiator. I
Take your
wouldn't go
takes.
that far, but
And
I
you've
love
seen Gladiator 2 with Denzel Washington,
have.
friend of the St. Louis Rams.
Yes, his son certainly was. Not as good as the original by any means, but a fun way to spend 2 hours at the Picture House.
Don't say picture house.
I knew Doug
Don't
was
say that again.
It's worthy of watching. I wouldn't necessarily say it, reaches the same heights as its predecessor.
I noticed Ludacris on Thanksgiving with his 13 million followers on X. He just tweeted like, "Happy Thanksgiving, everyone," and people started responding, and he's writing them back, and they're like, "Thanks for all the entertainment." He's like, "Oh, thank you, my man. Thanks for somebody with like 100 followers." He was going back on Thanksgiving night. I thought, doesn't Ludacris have other things to do?
You think maybe it was an employee doing that?
I know, but he was going back and forth. Hey, thanks for all your support. Appreciate you, my man. And I'm like, it's like Bill in Toledo, and it's Ludacris on Thanksgiving night going back and forth with him. He's a man of the people.
Ludacris, friend of the program. Rich Gould's calling in. He is on the sidelines now with the Philadelphia Eagles, and he was there for their win over the Steelers on Sunday, and he's got to be vindicated over his Twitter war with Dan Orlovsky when he told him to go piss up a rope.
Yeah, before Schefter and Gottlieb got into it, it was Gould and Orlovsky.
That's exactly right. Dan Orlovsky going after Rich's guy, Nick Sirianni, Eagles head coach. We also have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, do you know the name? I'm just going to put you to the test.
Okay.
Bo Prabula.
Say it again.
Bo Prabula.
Prabula. I don't believe I know that name. No.
When I tell you Bo Prabula's story, you're going to go, we got a problem.
Okay.
I'll tell you why
All right.
when we come back from commercial break.
All right.
Oh, it's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The 76ers defeat the Charlotte Hornets 121-108. And with his 6 threes last night, Paul George passes Jason the Jet Terry for 10th all-time in three-pointers made. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. This is the Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And Doug, you wanted to know about Beau Pribula.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, what's he up to now?
Anybody know who Beau Pribula is on the dais? Oh, wow. Look
Everybody
at the Chairman and Jackson.
Pribula.
Martin's out on a phone call right now.
Okay.
Here's the story. Penn State coach James Franklin and he will be hosting the Mustangs. You call them the pretty little ponies from Dallas.
I've never said that, not one time.
On Saturday at 11 o'clock. Penn State coach James Franklin. Martin, we're just starting the Bo Prabula story. Defended backup quarterback Bo Prabula, who entered the transfer portal Monday and will leave the team before its college football playoff game Saturday. And the reason is, he says, we got problems in college football.
Oh.
Here is James Franklin.
Yeah.
We talked last week, had no intentions of leaving, but we got problems in college football. And I can give you my word, Bo Prabula did not want to leave our program, and he did not want to leave our program until the end of the season. But the way the portal is and the timing of it and the way our team is playing, and when you play the position of quarterback and there's only one spot and those spots are filling up, he felt like he was put in a no-win situation, and I agree with him. But I think that's our challenge right now, right? Who is really running college football and making the best decisions for the student athletes and for our sport as a whole? Bo should not be put in this position.
There it is. That's it. Bo Prabula.
So because the portal is open, you have players, including the backup quarterback on Penn State. Mm-hmm. He is leaving before his team begins the playoffs in 4 days.
It's lunacy.
Why don't they just move the date back?
And they would all agree. Wouldn't they all agree? Wouldn't every coach say, I don't want to deal with that right now?
Yeah. So the issue, because I've asked that exact question, gentlemen, and the issue is semesters and having to go to school.
Doug?
Well, they could move it to after the first of the year, and the semesters haven't started again.
Athletes.
That's right.
The second semester doesn't start until like the middle of January for most schools.
Yeah.
College football will be
Later
over.
than that, really. It tends to be later.
MLK Day is usually when we started second semester. The day after MLK Day was when we started second semester at Mizzou.
Yeah, around the middle.
Yeah, that makes so, and also like it makes the player look bad. It makes the player look like all they care about is themselves and not the team when they really have no option. Drew Aller, am I pronouncing that Aller? Am I pronouncing that wrong?
It's the latter, sir.
Drew Aller said he's coming back for another year. Like, what's Bo Prabula to do? You know, like he's clearly thinks he's a good enough talent to start at a lot of major colleges. He wants to do the best he can do for himself, and he wants to stay with his team, but he has no option.
The championship game is not until January 20. So I suppose by then the second semester will have started most places.
Yeah.
But even if you just delayed it till the first of the year, you would eliminate 90%, 95% of all players wouldn't have this problem.
Right. Yeah, agreed. I mean, what happens if Drew Aller goes down?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In the SMU game, and no Bo. Where Bo? No Bo.
Meanwhile, about 24 hours ago, K'Wan Lacey caught many Missouri fans off guard by announcing that he was entering the transfer portal. About 7 hours later, he was hotty-totty, Doug, going to Oxford, and he is now gone, playing for Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss. He had actually, per Gabe DeArmond, agreed to a deal with his NIL for Missouri last week, and Gabe talked to a source who said that he is not going anywhere. He's agreed to a deal, and then a week later, he's gone. He's off to Oxford, so now Missouri's running back is going to be playing for Lane Kiffin.
Likely would have been the number one guy next year, don't you think? I think
him
he
and
might
Jamal
have been.
Roberts. Yeah.
It would have been, Roberts was more
good.
the third down back this year, so it depends on how they would have broken that down. But yes, I would agree. It would have been at the top of the depth chart.
Well, they need to do something because it really is lunacy right now. It's craziness.
It's crazy. I mean, Nick Saban went on a little bit of a tweet tirade about it yesterday. He said that...
Nick Saban's on Twitter?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Nope. I almost got...
Hold on, what just happened?
Did Brian Dable get fired?
I almost went down Fact Sports alley, but I
Doug, you got hit by Fax Sports, and yesterday, what's the account?
At Saban Foe.
Oh, you got nicked.
Almost. I didn't read the tweet. I didn't read the tweet, so I didn't. So that's a half.
So you feel like you didn't get duped?
I got I'm 1.5. The Daybell thing I got hit.
If I would have said Nick Saban has a Twitter account, you would have been reading the tweet.
If no one said anything, I would have.
But it says "foe" in the handle.
No, because I can't attribute it to Nick Saban. People are going to mishear it and think I attribute it to Nick Saban. I'm a journalist.
Okay, let's hear it.
Not really.
Let's hear this faux tweet.
He's not wrong. Like whoever's running this tweet, Bill Saban or whoever it is.
This is Bill Saban?
This is some guy, but he's not wrong. Tampering left and right, free agency for every player every year. College head coaches will leave in max exodus in the next 2 to 3 years.
That part's wrong. These coaches making $6-8 million a year, they're not going anywhere. Yeah. They'll complain about it, but they're not leaving.
And something that Gabe has actually talked about is mentioned in this tweet from Faux Saban.
This is Doug, fake Nick Saban.
But I like this. How about a $10 to $20 million salary cap for football schools? Putting some sort of cap, and what Gabe was alluding to last week, one of his pieces, was like, you have a certain limit you can spend on first-year players. That means freshmen and new transfers. So if you transfer someone else, you can't make as much money as if you stay at a place for 3 or 4 years and build up money. Like your senior pool is a much bigger money pool than your freshman or first-year player pool. And that would incentivize guys to stay at a place longer as opposed to just going wherever, whenever. Mm-hmm. And I liked that idea from Gabe. And he even credited himself. He said, I just fixed college football.
You guys better get to know the name Bo Prabula. He could be Missouri starter next year. I'd be surprised by that. He still has many years of eligibility left. I believe he is a redshirt freshman. And so I don't think Missouri would be doing that with Zollers coming in. That's kind of the key thing. They want a guy who's got a year of eligibility left so as to not have Zollers, the acclaimed recruit from Pennsylvania, bolt. So that's the reasoning for that. But
I would hate to be a coach. You got to re-recruit.
That's why the NFL actually, I think, is more appealing at the moment. But there's only 32 of those jobs.
I mean, look at Winery. You go balls to the wall to get the top kid in the state. You get him there for a year, whether you should have played him a little more or not. A year later, he's gone. Mm-hmm. And so now you're back in the portal. Oh, we got to get these recruits. Well, why? They're leaving in a year. Well, we got to get in the portal. Well, they can leave too. I do think there has to be some limitation. You got guys are playing 4 and 5. I mean, even our guy Kevin Coleman, he's local. Is this his 4th stop?
Yes.
Jackson State, Louisville, Mississippi State, and now Missouri.
Well, he's moving up the ladder, it seems.
Prabula is a redshirt sophomore, so he has 2 years left. Media literacy with Piddles in the Vaughn. What a time to be alive. Thanks, and hashtag free perk. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin, a.k.a. ASMR Ting Ting 2.0. Find me on YouTube, Mart.
We're not looking for you, Henshin.
No, that's on me. I messed up today. But I didn't mess up when I just looked on 3 Sports, and they have a picture of Belichick signing his first player, and I highly recommend everyone go look at this picture.
Oh, really?
It's the most Belichick-looking picture of signing a player I've ever seen.
He's got a hoodie on.
He's just staring at the guy with his hands in his pockets from weird distance away. That's how I describe it. It's a good pick. I recommend people go take a look.
Is it from the faux Belichick site?
No, this is from On3. I've vetted this. It's you used to have to actually be a real account to get a check mark, and now you can just have a check mark. And that's what's frustrating.
Even by being a fake name?
Yeah, I mean,
really? Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, this Nick Saban account, this at Saban Foe says Nick Saban. Yeah. It's like a legit picture he would use himself, and it has a check mark. Yeah. Now I should know better, but
you just apply for the blue check, right? Or you pay $8 for that.
It does say in the profile, this is not Nick Saban.
Chairman Kurt.
But when you're
he is Scottie Pippen and Patrick Ewing.
But when you're reading it on the feed, it doesn't. I don't have all the information up. It just is the tweet.
Yeah, it could have been.
Now I get community notes at the bottom just now. Thanks.
What do you mean community notes?
Where it says under it, this is a parody account according to the user's bio. But it's under it, I'm on the desktop version.
Good morning. I think I'm speaking for all TMA listeners in that we miss perk. She's a dime. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Doug, you like that term, she's a dime?
Yeah. I've heard it. I don't necessarily understand it.
Jackson, what does it mean?
Well, it means she's attractive, right?
A 10.
A dime piece.
A dime, a 10.
See?
Okay.
Ruin me.
Okay.
Okay.
There she is. Well, you're off a couple days next week. Me and Jackson are off a couple days next week. Martin, you're vacationing in the Hamptons at Jackson's family's place the following week.
New Year's week, yes.
Maybe Perk can come in. Do you talk with her, Chairman? She's gluten-free Perk on Twitter, for those of you not familiar with her work.
I do not.
You do not. You did, and then...
If a situation comes up and I need to reach out, I do, but no, we're not in communique.
You like that communique? I like that a lot.
Communique.
I like that it saved time. It saved a syllable. And time is of the essence on this program, Doug. Movie boy is not a strong reader. That's from Ricky Summers.
That might be true. That could be accurate.
Jackson's on his heels today. That's from Longshanks again. This is Longshanks, and he has a picture of King Longshanks in there.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. That's all I do every day. As I wake up and I say I'm going to do my best. Mm-hmm. That's all you can do.
Just chop wood is all you do.
And then
Libby
carry
Jack
water.
hasn't shoehorned in the word parasocial yet today. That's from Steve in Wildwood. He won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year in 2023.
Any intentions of doing that?
If a situation comes up.
Okay.
Do you is there like a limit on how the amount of words you can say? Like you can only say parasocial once.
Let us know if there is a limit on how many times Jackson can say parasocial. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in to the program. Callier and Thompson phone lines. John Kelly with us in this 8 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. If you are in the market for a home, I would like to recommend Jeff Lottman online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. He has been doing it in the St. Louis area for 20 years and has $500 million in sales. You can go online at jefflottman.com and work with Jeff. He's with Compass Realty, and man, he's got the connections both from a buying standpoint and from a selling standpoint as well. And with Compass Realty, you are going to get that top luxury real estate agency experience. Luxury is not about a price point. It's about an experience, and that's what they provide. Just go to jefflottman.com. That's JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA STL. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. We are with you every day from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. You can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL, and you can watch it anytime. Go back and watch it. And I know Doug does that too.
I do. Yeah.
You critique your teasing and your vocal patterns?
Try to get better. It's a learning process.
Yeah.
When you've only done it for 40 some odd years, you're just in the infancy stage of your career, so you need to learn from your mistakes and get better.
And you can do that by rewatching game film, youtube.com/TMASTL. You can podcast the program anytime you want and live stream it via the TMASTL app. Download the TMASTL app. It's presented to you by Schefter Door Company in the 101 ESPN app. Also presented to you by Schefter Door Company. Rich Gould is going to join us coming up here in a matter of moments as he was at the Eagles and Steelers game.
Jackie, try the 540 there.
He's a friend of Nick Sirianni, or Nick Sirianni's dad. Is that what it is?
I believe Nick Sirianni married Rich's friend's daughter. So Nick's father-in-law is Rich's best friend.
Doug, you get one team to win the Super Bowl right now. Go. Who is it?
Buffalo.
You think this is their time?
Yeah.
I think it might actually. I think I might agree with you. I feel like it's kind of chalky.
I might have thought it would be Detroit, but they just have too many injuries.
Yeah.
Too many. I think Buffalo's better than Kansas City.
Why don't you pick the Eagles? You got Rich Gould on the line, and and what are you, Dan Orlovsky?
Yeah, that's what I kind of sense right there from Doug. Joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Ladies and gentlemen, friend of the show, Rich Gould.
Well, hello, Rich.
Back for more.
Yeah. Morning, Rich.
I'm a friend of the show, eh?
yes, indeed.
We didn't ask for your permission. I'm sorry.
We just go ahead and labeled. How are things up at the Link on Sunday for Mike Tomlin versus your guy Nick Sirianni?
It was interesting. The first one, I got on a plane Saturday morning early, and I was blown away by the number of Eagles and Steelers fans on that plane here in St. Louis.
Oh, really? How many were there?
Gosh, I didn't count.
Well, I mean, 2 or 3 or 30.
Oh, it was, but several.
Okay.
Several. I didn't really go up and down the aisle and say, take a poll.
Well, do that next time.
Well, next time I will. Next time I get on Southwest, I'll ask permission if I can do that mid-flight.
That'd be nice.
But I didn't do that. All I know, it was enough to make me think, why are these people going? St. Louis, we got no dog in this fight, but there was a bunch of fans flying in from, I guess, all over the place to see this big game.
Rich, the Eagles have not lost since you told Dan Orlovsky to piss up a rope.
Good.
They've won 10 in a row.
Yeah, they're playing some pretty good football right now, and they're doing it, at least last week, with a run and a pass, but of course the week before they had controversy that they're not throwing the ball enough. Yeah, they're playing. I thought last week the game that I saw Sunday, I thought I'm not sure anybody else could beat this team. They were really solid Sunday against the Steelers.
And you were on the sideline?
I went down there. Yeah, I really didn't care. We've all, the four of us talking here, have all been on plenty of sidelines. But my pal Brad said, "Hey, come on, let's go out here." I said, "Okay." And so went out there, looked at this, saw Brady walking around, Tom Brady, and Aaron Andrews, and just people. Talked to Big Dom.
Yeah, Big Dom, the famed security guy.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I saw your picture on Twitter of that.
Big Dom is full of himself. He's digging this fame. He is strutting across the field, man, going, "I am Big Dom." He's looking for people to take selfies with. But that's okay. He's never 5 feet away from Nick Sirianni. He's right there in his hip pocket.
Does Nick Sirianni know that your loyal support, that you took that stance with Orlovsky?
Well, I hope I don't know if he knows I took that stance. He may. But I went to his wedding, and yes, I've met him a few times, and so he knows I'm supporting the Eagles. And if he goes to another team, which he inevitably will, once he gets fired in Philadelphia, then I'll support that team. Now, something else that happened during this game, which is another reason I went, which was great fun.
I got to visit a couple of old sportscasters from St. Louis.
Who?
Oh, let's see.
Jeff Skversky.
Telly Hughes in Philly? No, I don't know.
No. You guys remember Don Bell?
Who?
You remember Don Bell? Don Bell.
Oh, yeah. Don, what the hell?
A year and a half here. He's a wonderful guy. He worked with me at KTLR. And so we became friends. And Don has gone on. He's been with ESPN a little bit, been in the San Francisco market a little bit, and now he's back in Philadelphia and doing well. And so had lunch with Don, got to catch up with him. He has a wife that is a sportscaster in Los Angeles. And she, I think, might be looking to leave LA and go back to Philadelphia. But it was really good to see Don Bell. And what was exceptionally good, too, was to see my old pal Rob King.
Oh,
Rob King.
Is he covering the Steelers?
Rob King, Rob King, folks, is the voice of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's right.
Is he really?
Yeah, he does radio play-by-play for Pittsburgh. This is his first year doing it. Prior to he's been in the Pittsburgh market now for some time, doing interviews for the Pirates, pregame, postgame, that kind of stuff. But now he's the voice of the Steelers. He's flying the charters. He's knowing the guys. He's got a nice job. It's very cool. And so Rob and I are great friends. I was at his wedding when we got to reminisce a little bit about the old days when we did some radio here in St. Louis back on KFNS. And is KFNS still up and running, or are they done?
Well, pretty much done at the moment, but maybe you got to get back in business.
That outfit's done, isn't it?
Well, again, at the moment it is, but I think they're trying to rebuild it now.
Really?
Well, I think so. I'm hearing rumors to that effect.
Okay, so you're hearing rumors that they're trying to rebuild it. The one thing I always thought that was kind of a bad idea, and I'm sure that I'm probably wrong, was to have a guy who sells shoes own the place.
Own the shoes.
Well, you never know how the owners are going to make their cash.
No, you never know. I mean, I'm sure he's a versatile fellow. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so Rob and I got to talk, and that was great.
Well, you've got
Philadelphia is a, it's kind of a mini New York. I was downtown for a while, walking around, and it's a pretty cool city. The sports complex is great, but man, it's just a little too far away from a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So here I am, an old fat guy at night after the game with plantar fasciitis, and I can barely walk.
Oh, no.
And I got to try to call down a cab or an Uber where there's traffic all over the place. And so that part was no fun, but that's the only part of my little trip that wasn't fun.
Richard, it sounds like you've got a coaching tree. You've got Don Bell, you've got Rob King, you've got McKernan. He calls you a mentor, and you got let's see, Telly Hughes. Would Gott Sagan be on the tree?
Ramsey, right? Bob Ramsey?
Well, no. Bob was here before me.
Okay, I thought that you guys worked together. All right.
No, well, we did work together, but Ramber was here before I came to St. Louis, and we certainly, I did nothing for his career, in terms of advice or anything like that. Bob knows what the hell he's doing.
Well, Joe Buck interned for Doug, so,
Right. I got him straightened out. I feel like I got him straightened out, yeah.
Good for you, Doug.
He's done okay, I guess.
I'm
could have gone either way, of course, when he arrived on the scene. We weren't sure that he was going to be able to make it.
Well, it's tough for some guys named Buck.
How about some book signings while in Philly? Why didn't you double dip?
I wish the heck I would have done that. I meant to take a couple of books just to give away in case I saw Kelsey. Jason Kelsey's got a lot of little kids. So I didn't know who I was going to run into there because of the places that I was able to go to with Nick Sirianni's wife. But I should have taken some books. Now, your listening audience, the thousands who are listening to this program and to my voice right now, tens of thousands, really, when you consider that it's probably on Is this on a podcast, Tim?
This is FM HD1 radio, Rich.
Okay, so people can listen all over the world, can't you?
Yep.
Streaming as well.
Yep.
There are probably servicemen right now tuned in.
In battle. Guys in battle. Yeah. With
for all of the servicemen who are fighting across, wherever they're fighting, I'll give you a discount on my book. All you have to do is order and let me know where to ship it. And if I have to ship it to wherever, Morocco, any place, I'll do it, and you can get a little discount. But for the rest of you in St. Louis, you're paying full price.
Oh, gosh. And the book is titled, There's a Snake Down There. Uncle Rich's
snake down there.
Foray into children's books, and people can find that book where?
rgobooks.com. I suggest you stop everything. If you're driving now, stop traffic and pull over and get on your phone. You've only got a week before Christmas.
Yep.
So order it. We can get it to you. rgobooks.com. You got to look into that, and I can help you out with a book that's fun for the whole family, fun for little kids, fun for their parents, because there's a couple of passages in there that adults might like. Little kids also, fellas, it's not just literature. It's not just a book to read. You also have to count. I've hidden little snakes on every page.
Yeah, you have.
Count the snakes.
So people have to count the snakes.
Is the book in any stores?
It's at Main Street Books.
Okay.
And there's a copy in a little bookstore in Webster Groves. I've forgotten the name. There's a couple of copies there that I took down months ago. And, of course, I don't really have a deal with them, so they're not selling them, and I'm just too lazy to go down and get them.
Good business plan.
I want folks to pour into that Webster Groves and just demand the Rich Gould book be stocked.
That's right. If you get into this place at Webster Groves, ask them about it, and they'll probably go, what? We don't see it in our inventory. You say, it's there.
You just kind of did some guerrilla marketing, just placed a few on the shelves, and you don't even know why they're there. My wife had a great idea. First of all, she said, my wife Kim said, tell Uncle Rich she'd like to go camping with you and your wife, because I famously don't like camping. My wife does. Rich has tried to groom me on the idea of camping. It's never taken.
I love it. I still love it, although I think I've reached the age where sleeping on the ground is just no fun. I've always been a tent guy. Rather than pulling the great big rig down there, I'll pitch a tent. And I think that's great fun.
Let's see. We also, our 7-year-old grandson, Holden, she said, we need a book for Holden. I delivered an autographed copy of the book to Matt Offenberg Hyundai, and he wanted, Rich signed it to his children. So if you want it personalized, is that an option?
Rich did that for my sons as well. Yes, absolutely.
I'll be happy to do that. There's a little thing down there on my website which says, if you want it personalized, or at least there's a note you can send to me. I'd like this for, little Jimmy.
Little Jimmy.
Or little Susie. I'll sure sign it from him.
How long did it take you to write this book?
The writing part was easy because it happened to me. It was a true story. I'm the one that killed what I thought was a snake, but it wasn't a snake at all. It was my dad's work glove. Boy, he thought he thought I was some kind of an idiot. I reckon I was. But the hard part, Doug, it was the getting a copyright, getting somebody to draw the pictures the way I wanted them. So that took months. But the actual sitting down, writing, that's easy.
And there's another one.
I had to find a printer, had to deal with these with an ISBN number. There's more stuff to it than I thought, which is why I really don't want to go through that again. I want somebody else to do it.
I thought you were writing another one.
Oh, I haven't. Yeah, I've got 4 other books written, and one of them I'm trying to sell. But the problem is, in trying to sell it, all of these people that I'm contacting want me to pay them. Well, hell, that doesn't sound like too good a deal for me. I can do it with one book, but I'll be damned if I'm going to do it with 3 and 4.
Do you tell them to piss up a rope?
You bet I do.
It's a great holiday gift. RGObooks.com is where you can get it. I have read it to my sons. It's part of the rotation before I put them to bed.
All kidding aside, I bet they loved it.
They did. Absolutely. They loved it. Yeah. But got a 7-year-old and a 2-year-old.
It was great. Yeah.
RGObooks.com, and Rich will sign it for you. Rich, always great to have you on the program, and hopefully the Eagles continue to ride and get to the Super Bowl.
There are 4 or 5 good teams out there, and they're certainly one of them. And Tim, now that I know that I'm a friend of the show,
yes,
it's even greater for me to appear on your program.
How about that? How about that, Doug?
Friend of the show.
I'll take this. This will be the highlight of my day, I'm sure.
Well, what else are you going to do?
Adam 12 is on.
Oh, gosh.
So I'll watch that. And I haven't turned on my recording yet of last night's The Rockford Files. I'll have to get that done.
We're kind of stuck in the 70s, aren't we?
I may go up to the local tavern and fill out a little card to try to win millions of dollars on the lottery.
Mm-hmm.
That's my day.
Busy day. Yeah.
No, one of our listeners who said he's a convert to this show. I believe it was Trash Man James who said he saw you at the Quick Trip loading up on lottery tickets.
By God, I don't know that I was loading up, but I think I remember him. Yeah, it was Trash Man James, and he said, "Tell the guys at the show hello from Trash Man James." So yes, I'm glad that he contacted you because he's one of your loyal thousands of listeners.
Thank you, loyal thousands.
How many listeners you got, you reckon?
Doug and I have always kind of speculated about 14.
14-ish?
14 or 15.
No. Yeah. I think it's much more than that.
Jeremy Rutherford is a friend of the show, and he sent me a screenshot of your profile pic, and you've got the sunglasses. You're kind of mean mugging. It's on your X account, your profile pic, and I said Rich always fancied himself a private eye, and that's kind of what the photo looks like.
I remember that photo, and I didn't think I was mean mugging, and that's kind of how I smile. So maybe I am just and as I did that, I was at a winery sitting on a hail bale. I didn't have Angel Martin with me trying to track down a creep.
Oh, we loved Angel. Gosh.
You know?
Maybe, and if things go well, maybe Rich will watch some Kojak later in the day.
Kojak, I'm staying away from Mannix.
Okay.
I'm staying away from. It's like Kramer said on Seinfeld. Some of the stars from the '60s, those private detectives weren't very hygienic. Take Mannix for example.
You know, the one I didn't get, Cannon, was kind of a big fella, and he would always chase people down in his Lincoln Town Car. Then he'd get out and run after them, and he weighed a good 300 pounds.
Like that fat bastard could run somebody down. Have you ever seen Cannon?
Sure, I did.
Conrad was his name. I think it was William Conrad. Check out a picture of him and tell me if he could run, the 50-yard dash in anything less than 14 seconds.
No,
right.
Probably not. Yeah.
What do you guys got the rest of the day?
Oh, gosh. Well, we got another hour and a half of this.
Doug, what do you got going on?
My God, you got an hour and a half left?
Yes, we do.
You've been on since when?
7
a.m., Rich. 4 hours of radio magic.
Thanks for listening, pal.
Fellas, you don't need to work that hard. Really.
Well, it'll make you feel better. I leave every day at 10, and I quote you, and I say on the way out, I've got a thing.
I got a thing, yeah. You all have other jobs or have had other jobs. Back it off a little bit, man. You're gonna stay there and talk from 7 till 11?
I think I might just go over to Rich's house at 10 o'clock and watch some Barnaby Jones.
I can find it for you out there.
Rich, always great to talk it over with you. Thanks so much for the time.
Oh, wait a minute. Will you be Santa next year at our Christmas party?
Good question.
I suggested this. Doug was Santa at our Christmas party, and I said, who would be perfect is Rich Gould. Are you available next year?
Oh, I'm available. In fact, that's something I may do as a sideline.
Oh, really?
Oh, nice.
I'm actually thinking about it. I played Santa once at a mall. I was a mall Santa. I wasn't a bad Santa, but I was a mall Santa, and that was interesting. I enjoyed it. the little kids were coming up and their parents. I remember Santa liked little Timmy's mommy.
Oh, gosh, that's not what it's about.
Is there a reason you weren't invited back?
So, yeah, they politely said thanks, and we'll see you down the road.
Well, I think our crowd would rather enjoy bad Santa. I think it'd be okay.
Well, I told them there's a snake down there, so be careful.
All goes back to that.
RGOBooks.com. That's where you can get it. Rich, always enjoy it. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you, guys.
There he is. That's
Bye,
friend
Rich.
of the show, Rich Gould. RGOBooks.com is where you can get. There's a snake down there.
That was our Eagles breakdown.
Yeah.
That was our Philadelphia Eagles breakdown. He's our Eagles insider.
And we got a Santa Claus for our Christmas party in 2025. Design Air sponsor the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's going to be pretty nice today, Doug. Do you see that?
I see, yeah.
It's sunny
not
out.
bad.
I had to draw the blinds for Jackson because it's so sunny. Highs in the mid-50s today. Not bad at all.
Can't beat that.
And it's going to feel like around 56 degrees at 1 p.m. if you're interested in going out and ball striking. Design Air, though, knows it's going to be cold throughout the course of the winter in St. Louis. So if you run into heating service issues, go to designairservice.com to work with Seth Goldcamp and his team of service techs. Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. The longest running sponsor of TMA for the last decade. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client as well. You can become a client by going to designairservice.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's The Morning After, 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it on youtube.com/TMASTL, and you're welcome to call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls. Larry Nickel, is he on the line? He was on the line, Doug, earlier.
No.
Larry Nickel with the WWE recap, and you probably didn't get a chance to watch the show last night.
You know what? I missed a program.
So there you go.
For like the 30th year in a row or something like that.
Larry, call in and you can recap, Doug. 314-974-0101. You can text in Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-399-9646. Doug, we are just 3 days away from 25 degrees and a 7 p.m. kickoff in South Bend, Indiana, with snow in the forecast for the Fighting Irish taking on those Hoosiers from Indiana. The spread is 7.5. Indiana and Notre Dame have played how many times since 1960 in college football?
Didn't it say like one time or something? Like none?
That's it.
Ever?
Maybe one. Nicely done. Did you actually know that? That was nicely done.
I thought we threw that out there a week or so ago.
One time, 1991. I think that might have been the Anthony Thompson era. Lou Holtz was at Notre Dame.
Green?
I like Trent.
I like Trent.
That probably was Trent. That probably was Trent Green, actually. They lost 49-27, and Notre Dame leads the series.
Was Lou Holtz still there in 91?
He was. He was fresh off of at least 3 years removed from a national championship, I should say. These are two schools that played their first game in 1898, Doug. 11-5, your final in that one for the Fighting Irish. No, for the Hoosiers, actually. But they will be playing in 25-degree temperatures, and snow is in the forecast in South Bend on Friday night. I'll be locked in. Can't wait.
Okay.
I love that it's the Friday night game.
Yeah.
I think it's perfect. I think it's the perfect.
Why is that the perfect Friday?
It's a night game atmosphere. It's like
would you rather have had Happy Valley for the whiteout?
Yes, but maybe that's a Saturday night. I prefer that.
But it's
Saturday.
not. It's Saturday.
I know. That's the problem. I wish it was Saturday night, not Friday night. I think Penn State and Notre Dame are the perfect night game venues.
Tickets as low as $479. That's what ESPN always has next to the schedule.
Yeah.
Tickets as low as, what do you think at Texas? Big old stadium.
Boy, it's a monster stadium. I'm going to take the under on the 479 and feel very comfortable about my under. I'll go tickets as low as $250.
I'll say 310.
I'll say 311.
Price is right at you.
No, it's tickets as low as $89.
Wow.
$143 for the Ohio State game.
Another huge stadium.
I was listening to, I really enjoyed the podcast, College Game Day podcast. Reese Davis usually is the host, and they have a variety of different members from their college football team on ESPN on. And he said he spent a lot of time with those Ohio State players and Ryan Day, and they are in a mission of redemption from that debacle in the Big Horseshoe against Michigan. So if you are of the opinion that they can right the ship, I think plenty of people would tell you it's the most talented team. Now, they've had a lot of offensive line issues. Ohio State, for the record, is fourth as far as most likely to win. They're tied for third, actually, with Georgia at plus 500 to win the national championship. It's Oregon plus 350, Texas plus 350, Georgia plus 500, Ohio State plus 500, then Notre Dame plus 600. The longest shot, Clemson plus 6,000, tied with Arizona State plus 6,000.
I think Ohio State's the most intriguing team. Like, who are they? I mean, who are they? And if they lose, will they let Tennessee plant the flag? I think those are the things they're focused on right now. The Buckeyes, no, I agree with that. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. But I could see that team clearly being ticked off about how they were embarrassed by Michigan. That means so much to them, and you get embarrassed like that, and you got a coach who's under fire right now. I think they may come out flying in this thing.
I'll be intrigued to see if they attempt to throw the ball, which I think if they would have done against Michigan, they wouldn't have had problems. But Ryan Day consumed with showing that he can be tough and run it, and that was the one thing that Michigan could do to stay in the game, and it worked. Tennessee has had their issues scoring points. You will see that one under the lights on Saturday night, and then things get underway on Saturday with Penn State and SMU. And Ryan McGee was picking SMU to win that thing. SMU plus 4,000 to win the national championship.
I look for the SMU players to pin their ears back.
Oh, wow.
I think that's probably going to be the difference in that one.
I think James Franklin would be the coach. Is he under more pressure than Ryan Day?
No.
Ryan Day has has to show.
Ryan Day's got the Michigan debacle, and I think James Franklin, he's got the attachment of not being able to win the big game. But Ryan Day, if they lose to Tennessee,
he's done.
He's
That's
gone.
it.
That's it. And I feel super confident about that one. I think the Kirby Smart thing, I don't think he's under pressure to lose his job at all. I mean, a guy might be there for another 25 years. But I really wonder about Georgia's situation. I'm telling you, I could see a variety of teams coming out of the lower half of that bracket, including Boise State. Telling you, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm just telling you, the lower half of the bracket is so light in comparison to the upper half, where you have the number one team, Oregon, you have Texas, you have Ohio State, you have Tennessee. Maybe Jackson's guy, Kenny D, the 34-year-old head coach of Arizona State, Kenny Dillingham. I don't know what to see there, but he makes a good point. We've lost only one game with our real quarterback. I just think the lower half of the bracket is light in comparison with no Carson back. I'm operating on the premise you're not going to see Carson back again. Yeah. That's my reasoning.
If they have him, Georgia's always tough. If Penn State can't win the big one, Georgia can. They always seem to come through when they really need to. So I wouldn't count out the Bulldogs. I don't know if they'll pin their
Butch Jones and God bless Charlie Daniels.
Okay, I don't know that they'll pin their ears back the way SMU will, but I think Georgia might do okay. Might surprise you.
Doug likes the big brands like Stephen A., but he also supports the smaller ones like the Mets and the Phillies and the Yankees.
You're a gentleman for doing that.
Not just the big brands.
Yeah. Family Golf and Learning Center, it's a perfect day to get out there, even when it's cold, and you can get in the heated bays. But they also have sim golf leagues starting up, and with the holidays coming up and you got a golfer in your life, go to familygolfonline.com and get a gift card. Easy shopping at Family Golf and Learning Center. I might be out there ball striking, and you can get a look at the compression and how, Doug, you say, man, you really cover the golf ball.
I've never one time said that.
And it's fun.
It's just another way of saying things that people have been saying for 100 years or more.
Sam Snead?
Yes. Let's compress the ball.
Yeah, let's compress it. Hit down on it.
What about
Let's
Snead?
massage the ball. Let's shot shape. Just stop it. You're doing the same things players did 100 years ago.
Check out my low traj, bro.
I don't want to.
Family Golf and Learning Center, familygolfonline.com. It's Family Golf and Learning Center, wonderful sponsor of TMA, and perfect for sim golf during the cold weather months or the heated driving range, the double-decker driving range. That's a great spot to go. And, of course, for gifts at familygolfonline.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Is this a remix?
A little bit.
We're going to pick up the energy at some point?
What do you mean? You got the hi-hats, snare.
Hi-hats?
Yeah, the cymbals.
What is this, Whiplash?
That's what you call cymbals? Hi-hats?
I think
Miles
in that
Teller?
sense. Or is that a drum? I don't know.
J.K. Simmons?
Love that movie. I was watching one of the scenes the other day.
So much swearing it made even me uncomfortable.
A lot of swearing. Very abusive relationship.
Yeah.
You find that entertaining to watch?
I find it riveting.
Really?
He didn't answer your question.
Entertain, yes. Yeah, in a way. Different form of
Riveting.
entertainment.
I don't like a movie where it's just nonstop people's problems. Wears on me after a while.
But you have to have problems, otherwise you just want to slice of life.
Can't have a resolution without conflict, eh?
Yeah.
Well, you can have a little, but not if it's just nagging, woman's being beaten or abused. That's
it's
to
not
me, that's
positive.
not the least bit
What
entertaining.
about like Dazed and Confused, where it's just like one day in some life and listen to rock and roll and smoking doobies.
Yeah. Drinking that Shiner Bock.
Yeah.
Hey, Jackson, I saw this in the links, and then I looked more into it when you sent this over last night. Martin, are you still getting the links from Jackson?
I am getting the links.
Do you get the links from Chairman Kurt?
I don't think I get the KG links.
No, those are just for the Alliance then. Thank you, Chairman. About this Watch With feature that YouTube is testing.
Yeah. It's interesting,
I am
right?
super intrigued by this.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay, so what's the story? But then I tried to look up more information on it, and they said that they've started. Have you guys heard about this?
No.
Jackson, explain it to Doug and Martin.
So it's kind of something YouTube is trying, which would allow creators, so influencers, people on the internet, kind of where a lot of people go watch stuff. I don't know. It's like that word, like creator, should explain it, but like I want to try to give a little more
because
context.
we're so old and it needs to be spelled out.
Said it. You said it. I didn't say it, but yes. It allows creators to do live commentary analysis during live sports content on YouTube. So essentially, they could just pop in while you're watching the game, and it wouldn't be like against your will. You'd have to opt in.
Anybody around the world?
Yeah, it wouldn't be like out of nowhere the Nelk boys are just coming while you're watching, like the Maple Leafs.
No, I don't know the Nelk.
But the idea is that like you could opt into watching something, and then you're essentially watching it with like your own kind of alt cast in a way.
That intrigues the hell out of me.
I think it's a really cool idea.
I'd love to do TMA Cardinal games.
Right, and I think the biggest thing, like with anything, like I think is the reason college football doesn't have like a red zone style whip around show is network deals. They can't necessarily get all the networks on.
So MLB and college football would allow for this to happen? I just don't get it.
I think it would be through YouTube TV, not necessarily YouTube proper.
Okay.
So that they
you
would
can't
have
get
networks.
baseball on YouTube TV.
Yeah, well, that's another.
So
that's
it's
a whole
not going to
nother
work.
issue. Well, you
That's
can't
why I wanted to look into
Well,
it.
you can't get FanDuel TV through YouTube TV,
Right.
but I'm sure I don't know what the deal is like with SNY. I don't know if you can get SNY on YouTube.
So could
TV.
we do a Manning cast with us on the show? That's what I'm asking.
I think in the idea of it, yes. I don't know if we're going to be picked as.
Well, no, I thought anybody could do
You
it.
just set it up yourself.
Right, that's what I thought.
Like Vinny in New York. Hey,
Right.
I'm watching a Yankee game. You want
Right.
to watch me watch it?
That's why I was like, this is a brilliant idea. When you sent this link, I was super intrigued by it, and then I tried to find more information or to see if I could see an example of it, and I couldn't find it.
It was just a blog post put on YouTube's
Right, that's correct.
blog.
But then Awful Announcing did a thing on it, but
Right.
they didn't really have a whole lot of detail.
No, because I don't think there's that much.
Because I think it's a great idea.
I do too. I think what it's adding, the element it's adding, is that you can watch the game along with them. Because you could always just pop up on YouTube Live and just be there while your other person is watching the game on their television. But now it's combining it, so it's all in one place, as opposed to watching it on your phone, watching the live stream on the phone and the game, all in one place. I think it's interesting.
Huh.
I'd be all over it. I mean, I really would enjoy that.
Isn't there the potential for tens of thousands of people to be typing their comments all at the same time and just be bombarded with it?
Sure, absolutely.
High
You
chat.
flood the market, but then Doug, you're a big free market guy, aren't you?
Free market guy.
John Stuart Mill, the open marketplace of ideas, and that's what this program's always been founded on. And it's like everybody and their brother has a podcast, but 0.01% actually generate revenue. So hey, millions of people can do it, I suppose, but then the market will decide which ones they want to watch. I'm all for it. I love the idea. And then I saw the link and I went into it and I just couldn't find more detail on it. And I wanted to see if maybe you had seen one and there could be one up on YouTube right now that would be an example of it.
I don't think they've even gotten that far yet. But I think
Watch With was WITH.
Yes,
I thought it was DT. I thought you were saying there's some kind of width, like there was a new bandwidth. Watch With.
Watch With. So the experiment will be an important one to watch in 2025. That's what they're looking at. 2025. So I think it's interesting, and I think it's a cool way to. We've talked about altcast before. It's kind of like a create your own altcast in a way.
Doug, one of the things that you and me, we were just not as tapped into TMA's social media. No. But I know that there are conspiracy theories about the show. Martin, you ought to really spend some time on this. I know you have a lot.
Hold on, what is it next?
Conspiracy right now, John Scores says we are stalling because we don't want Larry because 101 Brass doesn't want him on the show. You remember the meeting with John Kowalski and Tommy Matter when they said, hey,
I don't.
You guys cannot have Larry Nickel on the show.
No, I don't think so.
I texted Larry.
I don't know if John or Tommy would know Larry Nickel if he were sitting in the studio with us. These are, once again, TMA conspiracy theories.
I know he's texted in before on Tuesdays. I've seen it go by where he says, hey, I've been calling. And it's Larry Nickel.
It's amazing on this show, Martin. If something's a part of it, it's killed. If something's not a part of it, it's like, where is it? It's a phenomenon that exists.
So next week, where's Ed Herman at?
Right. Boy, I bet John Kowalski said he didn't want Ed Herman on the air.
Yeah, God, title sponsor. Larry texted me that he had 2 doctor's appointments later today, so he could not call in late. Oh. He couldn't call in past like 8.
That's what Kowalski told you to say.
Right. I've been fed that information. Yeah. These earbuds are just a direct line to management.
Did you say this show was founded by John Mills? Wasn't that
John Stuart Mill?
John Mills.
Yeah, he was
going where the news is. That's what he said.
KMOV.
Go where the news is.
John Mills.
You did have a deep delivery. Chairman Stephen Wildwood says he wants to do Cardinal games. I would do it during the Cardinals games, and you could see me actually pass out after mic drop type commentary. I'd watch Stephen Wildwood do Cardinal games.
Too. There's a lot of people I'd love to watch, and I think that could really help with where sports are at the moment. Kind of the monotony of regular seasons, break it up a little bit.
I agree with you. That's why when I read it, I'm like, damn, this is a great idea.
They have to do something because just relying on people who always watch regular season baseball, hockey, or basketball, I think is antiquated. I think you got to do something to modernize it a little bit more than they're already doing.
And you think smart aleck comments from fans is what it takes?
No, not necessarily. But people love watching creators. YouTube, people have million subscribers. Twitch,
like the thing that Barstool does, where people watch
the watch-alongs,
guys watching the games, big games, or the guys gambling on games.
Yeah, I was just going to say I find myself watching those Barstool gambling casts more often than I just do the typical broadcast.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's a brilliant idea by YouTube. I just didn't know how they were going to integrate it with their software.
Yeah, I mean, right now their only partner for sports is the NFL, but that's a pretty good partner to have. Certainly not one that's hurting for viewers. No. But if this is a success this year with the NFL, I could see other sports or other leagues being like, I want a piece of this, and connecting with YouTube on that.
Doug, you know Deke Dotem, right? You're a big fan.
Not a fan, but I know him.
He says, this seems like a Twitchification of sports broadcasts, which I say from the perspective of someone who is a huge fan of this idea. The article is not explicit about which sports, but hinted at NFL due to their partnership with YouTube.
Yeah, makes sense. Yes, this is very Twitch related, where people watch someone just sitting there either playing video games or talking it over, and you can say, well, that's crazy, that's stupid,
you boys
waste of time.
Twitch?
No, not really, but I'm well aware of what goes on there, and it is a big money driver. I mean, these guys are making millions upon millions of dollars.
During COVID, I would play poker and have a Twitch channel, and people would sit there and watch, and I would just BS with them. And I got to tell you, I kind of enjoyed it.
It's fun. Yeah. I mean, it is fun. And when you're on one of those major ones like Kai Cenat, who has millions of people watching him, it's it's kind of crazy, but it is entertaining a little bit.
Can we have a watch party from the Vitale party that Doug and I will not be attending?
We won't be there for sure.
Maybe I'll do an Instagram live from Joey's party.
We'll feel like we're virtually there and sharing in the experience.
I mean, sitting there with the Scotch in Ohio State and Tennessee.
No, Winnipeg, Calgary.
You think that's what he's going to...
On the big screen. He'll say, oh, Tim, I'm sorry. Yeah, the football, it's in my kid's room on the little TV. We've got Winnipeg on the big screen tonight.
What I would give to watch the Cardinals while Manuel Ferrara's drain sniffer peeks out.
Oh, don't say.
Oh, well, a girl can dream. That's from Mr. Nipples.
That's no girl. What's a drain sniffer?
Clip that off.
Oh.
I'm excited.
Okay.
Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Answer Doug's question if you could. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That'll come your way in the Munganess 10 o'clock hour. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota online. It's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And you can call or text the secret number set up for TMA listeners, and that is 314-252-0029. Whether you're looking to buy a car, whether you're looking to lease a car, or you need to get your car serviced, even if you didn't get it from Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, you can do so by going to stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel at youtube.com/TMASTL.
This is Action Jackson with another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Clippers defeat the Jazz last night, 144-107. James Harden with 41 points, including outscoring the Jazz by himself with a 24-point first quarter. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. Morning After. Presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. You're welcome to call into the program, 314-974-0101, or text in 314-399-9646. That is the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And Sharon and Clayton and Jackson got sideways yesterday, Martin, after you had to go back to onboarding. And it was over Travis Hunter and Travis Hunter's fiance.
Yeah.
And Sharon and Clayton says, speaking of Twitch, I think Travis Hunter was on it yesterday defending his girlfriend and saying how, quote, heartbreaking it was to her what is being said about her on social media. I guess he listened back to the podcast and heard Piddle's argument and felt he had a simpleton in his camp, so he felt empowered. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
She was the one the reason he made the video was for people like Sharon, chastising this woman they don't know. What
Did she call you a simpleton?
I guess, whatever.
That hurt a little bit?
Can't win. It's okay. I stand strong on my case.
And what for the record, what is your premise?
My premise is you can't judge somebody or someone's relationship based on 8 seconds of combined clips on social media. And when everybody is saying that, this person's toxic on Twitter, by and large, that means the opposite is true.
Hold on a second. I want to follow that. If someone is saying...
everyone on Twitter over the weekend was like, Travis Hunter's fiance is terrible. What a toxic relationship. You guys don't know her. You don't know them. Maybe she is, but you don't know that based off these 8 seconds of Twitter video. And so when the mob is going one way, chances are the other way is correct.
How about that, Doug?
I'll be darned.
I don't know. I just don't I think it's a nasty part of the business of I get these people are famous, have a lot of money, but that shouldn't be a punishment.
What are we talking about now? We're talking about Travis Hunter,
and
it shouldn't be a punishment.
It shouldn't be these people shouldn't be punished for being celebrities. I don't think. I think they shouldn't be raised up above other people or civilians, but I also don't think that they should be punished and subject to being ripped when people don't know them, especially someone his fiance who's not in the public eye.
Shannon Sharpe talked about the situation, and he issued a pointed warning.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. I would not consider what I've done a pointed warning.
What about Sharon and Clayton?
No, pointed. I don't really know what that means.
Shay is going to tell us.
That's right.
Club Shay.
A pointed warning to Travis Hunter as the drama surrounding his fiancée continues to unfold publicly. His fiancée has been at the center of controversy since Hunter's Heisman win, with several videos circulating online sparking criticism of her behavior. Both Hunter and his fiancée have since addressed the situation on social media. Hunter said she got drunk and cried herself to sleep amid the backlash. You ain't never had no girl, so why are y'all talking about me? Hunter said in a recent Twitch live stream. Find someone else to talk about. Go talk about your girl. Go find a girl. Go find a life. Stop worrying about what I got going on. I know what I got. And then Shannon Sharpe said he knows what it's like to be in the public eye and offered some advice and a warning to the high-profile couple. Quote, when you date publicly, that breakup is going to be public, he said alongside Chad Johnson. When you do all that publicly, guess what happens when it goes sideways? All that plays into it. Sharpe's issue with the situation is that there's been an excess amount of oversharing, which has been ammunition for their critics. Quote, for you to talk about the reason you left him on read in your inbox is because he's younger than you and he cheated. Now you threw that man under the bus. We did not need to know that, Sharpe said. Why do you put that man's business in the streets? Are you perfect? I don't like oversharing in a relationship. It was unnecessary. You don't have to share everything, people. You don't. What's that about?
I don't know. I lost the thread there.
Do you like that term, Doug? I lost the thread there?
I don't care.
Who got left on red?
I thought this was all about her not standing up and jumping up right away.
Maybe Sharon and Clayton know something that you don't know.
And I'm watching the video now. It's a lot about absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I know.
Is it still a pointed warning?
It's like she doesn't know what the protocol and no one else is standing up. And so Dion just kind of taps her on the back and says, go give him a hug. And so she does. How is that a story at all?
I don't think it is, but, I don't know. People need something to complain about.
It's not 8 seconds. There are multiple instances going around that support this belief about her. Multiple different cases showing her true colors. You and Travis are exactly why girls like this can find a dope to date them. That's from Sharon in Clayton.
Wow.
So okay. So you said the word true colors and you've never met the person. Exhibit A.
Well, I haven't seen any other videos that might indicate that she's an issue. But this video,
how could you do it based on videos? That's lunacy. That's so crazy.
This video from the Heisman is absolutely nothing.
Of course, it's nothing. It does. There's no video out there. Like, obviously, there could be some video that would be very damning. But like, just their day-to-day interactions where you can build a case on a person's character. That's nonsense.
But this is national television. She's got a camera 3 feet away from her face. He's just been announced the winner. And it looks like maybe his mother stood up and Dion was behind the mother, hugging the mother now. And Dion says, go, give him a hug. That's what Dion says to the girlfriend. And she stands up and does just that.
I'm not litigating that she's a good or bad person. I don't know. I'm saying that you can't know anything about their relationship just based on what you see on Twitter. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be like, oh, she's a great person. I don't know. I never met her. I don't know anything about her.
I just can't imagine anybody came to the conclusion what a horrible person this is because she was maybe half a second slow to get up and give him a hug.
There was another video. She was like kind of complaining about him taking pictures with fans. I don't know.
Was she drunk at the event, or is he saying later she was so upset she got drunk?
That she got drunk to get herself to sleep. That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
But I don't know what Shannon Sharpe's talking about with she posted that Travis Hunter was cheating? That's what I took from that quote.
Yeah, I
Doug, you ever watch Club Shay Shay?
Not yet. Boy, I won't miss another episode, that's for sure.
He's overshared before.
Yes, he has, within the last handful of months, as a matter of fact. The moral of the story is don't have a girlfriend or get married. Thanks, Stephen Wildwood.
Oh, gosh.
There's a pointed warning right there.
This situation is very much not my expertise, but I feel like as an outsider, I'm able to see it clearly.
Okay. Well, what's your opinion?
Where is that from?
This crap that I find on TikTok that I forward over to Jackson. I'm like, here is our industry. I acknowledge I don't know what's going on, but here is my opinion of it.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
That just sums it up.
Good rule, wife. Oh, man. I just don't understand how what happened at the Heisman could be any kind of a story at all.
It is
how anyone could look at that and say something wrong happened.
The biggest story that came out of the Heisman Trophy presentation this weekend.
That she was.
Now I'm not saying that is quote right. I'm just saying it is without question the biggest story
because she was maybe a second late in standing up.
And I got to be honest with you, up until Sharon's text yesterday, I didn't even know about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And like there was one video. Like I know the videos. Like there was a video of her like looking a little annoyed, like after a win for Colorado, or she was complaining a little bit about how long Travis was taking to take pictures with fans. Granted, I get where you're coming from, Sharon. I'm not trying to single you out. I just don't think it's right to build a premise based on a couple of social media videos and everybody piling on. Like, I think that's wrong.
I stand with Sharon. That's from Mr. Siders.
Yeah.
Surprise of the day.
Hey, just tuning in. Jackson's simping for another hashtag girl. Why did girl have to be hashtagged there?
I don't know.
Another hashtag girl he doesn't know that's in the news. I'm as shocked by this as when I sit in Caldi's and see a bunch of Ledoux wives with nothing else to do but sit and drink a latte from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. before they head over to Companion and sit and drink an Arnold Palmer for a couple hours.
What's Companion?
Home with the nanny, when the nanny picks up the kids, and then when their husband gets home, complain about what a long and stressful day they had, trying to figure out when they have the time to return of Yori Vest. Thanks. That's from Mr. Licks.
That might be projecting a little.
Now, what is Companions?
Companion?
Oh, it's a great
little restaurant.
Bakery? It's a bakery. They sell you a sandwich right there on
great
Clayton.
Soups. Yeah. Great sandwich.
Right by Mr. Guy.
I think there's a couple Companions.
It's like downtown Ledoux?
If you call it that.
The main strip there.
Probably about a quarter mile from Sportsman's P.
I'm loving this
Sportsman's
Ladue versus Clayton Central Corridor battle between Jackson and Sharon and Clayton. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
I'm sure I'd like Sharon. I can't build a premise on her based on text. I don't think that would be right either.
It's the biggest story because this isn't the first time it happened. It was a story before the Heisman ceremony. That's Sharon and Clayton.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. And I thought I was wrong then.
I haven't seen those videos.
Travis Hunter's girlfriend, Leanna Lene, shuts down gold digging rumors by saying, quote, this is from Where's the Buzz? She says, I will not be addressing this again. That's the quote about the gold digging rumors.
Probably the best way to handle it from her perspective.
She released a nearly 8-minute video addressing the constant criticism and speculation about her recent behavior. This comes on the heels of several viral clips and online chatter.
Like that, Doug, online chatter?
I don't mind it.
If you want to reference things, yeah, there's some online chatter. Calling into question her actions and demeanor while out in public with Hunter over the last month, which is Jackson's point, right? That this has been going on.
And I think that there's a little bit, like I find some similarities between Travis Hunter and Mahomes, where both of them are outstanding players. Like almost you can't complain about anything they do on the field. So you have to find something to complain or make fun of them for. In both cases, it's their significant others. And I think that's so wrong. I think it's so wrong.
Leanna began by addressing claims that she left Travis Hunter's direct message unanswered for 2 months until he gained fame. She stated this was untrue, explaining the real reason that Travis sat in my DM for 2 months is because he DM'd me when he had a girlfriend and her name was in his bio. I don't do home wrecking. I ignored him until he was single. So she doesn't mind that he was willing to be a cheater.
So maybe that's what the reference was
from Shay Shay.
From Shay Shay.
Maybe
exactly
Shay Shay knows more about Leanna Lene than we do.
And again, I don't want to like come off saying like I think she's a good person or a bad person. All I'm saying is I don't know, and no one else knows either.
No.
But she said, I won't date you because you have a girlfriend. But then she turns around and dates the guy who was willing to do that after he breaks up with said girlfriend.
With everything going on in this enormous country, how is this possibly a concern of Americans?
Hunter's okay at 2 positions. He's not the second coming of Mahomes. That's from the 636.
Little football breakdown.
That was
Caller John texted in with a football analysis.
Get involved in the program the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. So send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. If you're looking for a holiday gift, go to mysoundstory.com and you can get a podcast with your loved one. Mother, father, grandmother, grandfather, making sure your family stories are saved forever. And now we have added the video feature for 2024. It's a 3-camera shoot, and that also is an option at mysoundstory.com. When you enter the promo code TMA at mysoundstory.com, you get 10% off a holiday gift card. It is perfect gift for children to get their parents for the holidays. mysoundstory.com. You get the gift card, and it's 10% off when you enter the promo code TMA. I do, man, I've done hundreds. Doug's done hundreds at this point. We love having the conversations with people. You can do it over Zoom, or you can come into the studios here at Hubbard Radio in Creve Coeur. MySoundStory.com, promo code TMA for 10% off. Martin, you got to go do onboarding, correct?
He's already out.
He's out.
Thank you, everybody, for their.
He's shaking hands.
Oh, just like Jim Nance.
We just finished off.
I want to thank you guys for your contributions. Joe Buck will join us Friday to talk Hoosiers.
Yeah, he's going to be locked in.
He said he's available after 8. I said, if you're out doing your dry cleaning pickup, give us a jingle, talk some Hoosiers. Surprise guest, 9:30 tomorrow. This is a good one.
And this is a good one.
It's a good one. It's a live one, I'd say. This is going to be a live one.
Really? Wow.
Yep.
Male or female? That's all I'm asking. I mean, I'm operating the premise male.
Is it Leanna Lene?
No, but I'm going to put her on my... Hold on. Lene. I'm going to try Shay Shay and Lene today.
Shay Shay would be awesome.
That'd be great. You got any rapport with him? Ever dealt with Shay Shay?
I don't think I have, but we probably know somebody who can get us to him, right?
Joe Buck.
Joe, get us Shay Shay. I'll go to... who would be like Isaac Bruce?
Theismann? Could Theismann hook us up?
We haven't talked to him in a while. That was a producer Joe go-to. Producer Joe would get Ditka and Theismann on regularly, which were huge names, and they would be on the show regularly.
What happened to Ditka? Didn't they falsely report that he was in hospice, and then Walter Payton's son came out and said it's not true? Let's have some
I hadn't heard that story.
That was about 2 weeks ago. It was right around the Brian Dable stuff.
He's got to be quite old at this point.
No, but there was false reports.
85.
I think he had a heart condition, but otherwise I'd get him on the show.
Yeah, otherwise
Sigma
he would
guy.
be on. Oh, Ed Hoke. Yeah. All right, Martin's going to go do onboarding. Jackson is going to ask us his Tuesdays with Jack questions. Doug, you always enjoy those?
I don't mind them.
That is coming up. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Great time of year to do stuff with friends and family, and that includes going to the St. Louis Zoo in December, which throws you off a little bit. Well, there's a reason why. They've got the Wild Lights display going on. Brilliant displays, over 1 million twinkling lights, all of this at the St. Louis Zoo. Festive menus, zoo attractions, kids' activities. It goes until December 29th, and you can support the St. Louis Zoo this holiday season by gifting a zoo membership. You do that with Together Credit Union, offering an exclusive zoo membership for members who sign up for the St. Louis Zoo debit card. All Together Credit Union members with that St. Louis Zoo debit card also get a sea lion plush toy plus an exclusive membership to the zoo. That includes discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, and much more. The St. Louis Zoo debit card also empowers you to give back by rounding up the change from your transactions. That is donated back to the zoo, furthering their mission. Advancements at the St. Louis Zoo's Wild Care Park. So you're helping the zoo, you're helping yourself here. Enroll at togethercu.org/zoo or stop by any of those 14 area Together Credit Union locations. Happy holidays from your friends at Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess, the sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour. Jackson, how do you feel about your Tuesdays with Jack questions?
Solid. Feel very solid.
Wow. Doug, color me intrigued.
Okay, yeah, me too.
Tommy Mattern, head of operations here at Hubbard Radio St. Louis, has issued a statement by way of my phone for those theorizing that he has banned Larry Nickel from the show. He said, I have had the pleasure of meeting Larry. There is no ban. So
Okay,
Doug,
well, that's good
there it
news.
is.
Yeah.
I guess that was a YouTube chat. Is that a social media talking point that Larry's been banned, Chairman Kurt?
No, today was the first day
is
I
that right?
saw
Really?
it. Yeah, just a couple rabble-rousers in the YouTube starting things.
But I feel like he's been on.
Yeah, he has.
101. Okay.
He's been on 101.
Okay.
He's been calling in like really early recently, like 7 o'clock.
Oh, is that right?
Which is not his desired time slot's right around 8:30.
Mm-hmm. But he calls in when he's ready to go.
When he's good and ready.
Yeah.
We know what the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today comes your way at 10:45 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Compete hard by sending your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Jackson feels good about his Tuesdays with Jack questions. Those questions are coming your way. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN, and we've got breaking news here in this Munganess 10 o'clock hour, Doug.
Well, what is that?
Joe Ladorty has just released his Bracketology.
Ooh. Actually interested.
For the NC2A Tournament?
That's right.
Even though we haven't even really started conference play?
They have in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Okay.
Show prep.
So he's going to tell us all 64 teams that are in it now, where they play, who they're going to play against.
68, nice show prep ass.
Okay.
And guess what?
What?
The Missouri Tigers are in the NCAA tournament.
Okay.
Fine. Tiger beat Blue Jay because number 11 seed Missouri is going to take on Creighton.
Oh, we know who they're playing already.
Where is that game?
Okay.
That game is going to be
How
in
could
Dayton.
you know?
Dayton?
8:30 tip.
He's making it up.
I could make that drive.
Just for this
you want a road
kind
trip
of
to
segment
Dayton?
around the country. He's making it up. He doesn't know.
Kind of fun also to see Illinois will be playing an 11 seed as well.
We don't
except
know.
they are a 6 seed playing in Wichita. So that's great for Illinois fans. You can start booking your hotel rooms.
No,
in
you
Wichita.
can't.
Has
anyone ever gone back and to see how close he was to being accurate in December?
I think this is gospel.
It isn't.
Calipari, Izzo, and if Pacino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
That's not all they do. They don't just eat. Because you're Italian doesn't mean all you do is eat.
I didn't say it.
Illinois is going to be taking on Providence, and so Providence, like Missouri, will be an 11 seed.
They won't be playing these teams. He's making it up.
What about Kimmy?
Kimmy English?
Yeah.
We don't know. Let's just let the season play out.
What about how do you think Mizzou is going to match up with that Ryan Kalkbrenner?
It doesn't matter. We don't
Trinity
even have
High
to think
School.
about that
Trinity
yet.
High School.
Okay.
How about this? The 3 of the 4 1 seeds are from the SEC, Doug.
Actually.
Auburn, Tennessee, and Kentucky.
Okay.
Auburn is so good.
He might be able to make
Auburn is
that sort of
so
prediction
good.
right now, but who you're playing and what the seeds are at this point, the season's not, it's a third over maybe?
Yeah, give or take.
This is going to be tough for Tennessee to play in Lexington,
we don't
but
know
that's
that.
where that'll be fun for them because they're playing in the backyard of Big Blue Nation, but they are the Volunteers. That could be tough.
Yeah. Let's not be so easily hoodwinked.
I don't like an 11 seed for the Tigers.
We don't know that that's what it's going to be.
That's like the max seed you give a Power 5 team, and I don't like that.
Although if they win this Sunday morning.
No, God. That would be such a big non-con win. If you can pick up 3 out of the 4 major non-con games.
You have a problem
Stop saying non-con.
I got there.
It's a
win it on time.
4-hour show. You could say conference.
It's no longer a 4-hour show. We got,
You still have time for ints.
It is a 4-hour show.
You could say ints.
Well, it is a
Inside of 40 minutes, Doug.
Yeah, but now it's not.
How long does it take you to say ints?
And you're just slowing it down by all these shenanigans you're pulling here. We could have been done by now.
And this will set a record. So this is also breaking news. The SEC with 13 teams in this tournament. 13 teams in this
We
tournament.
don't know.
Jeez, 13 bids.
Big Ten gets 10.
It's the 2 big dogs.
23 of the 68 teams coming from the Big Ten and the SEC.
Does he have the World Series winner there, too? Can we just skip the baseball season?
No, why would you do that? We're still in the middle of the free agent signing.
It doesn't seem to matter.
I want Joe Lenardi's job so bad. All he does is make brackets all year long, and he can be totally wrong.
Well, why don't you be a competitor?
Yeah, why don't you start it up at goodorbad.com?
Oh, that's a Supreme Court. You die on the bench on that job. That's what you do forever. If you have that sweet a deal where all you have to do is make brackets once a week.
But is
for
anybody
a
really
year?
paying him much money for it?
Probably enough. He's
Who
like
would
the
pay him?
authority on March Madness.
I bet he makes about 2.5 a year to make brackets.
Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah, I bet he does.
No.
And then he does a few hits in February and March.
I doubt it.
And then he goes out and he works on his wedges.
Then he brokers time.
I don't think so.
I think he does. Late afternoons, 4 to 6.
I don't know.
So that'll be fun. Missouri and Creighton. And it'll be fun to see the Blue Jays.
We just, fellas, I don't know how else to say it or to break it to you. We don't know yet. We got 2/3 of the season still to play. Let's let it play out.
See, Creighton beat Kansas, but Mizzou also beat Kansas. So you're
common opponents.
So that's why they're putting them together.
But I would say Creighton could be a 6 seed, while Missouri's a lowly 11.
Yeah.
They're going to be battle tested.
It's
by the
certainly
end of
a
that
worthy
SEC
argument
run.
right now.
Yeah, Jacksonville State tonight.
Rock Chalk Jayhawk, Doug, is a 3 seed.
Okay.
And they'll be taking on South Dakota State. That game's in Wichita. So for Illinois fans, you're going to get a chance to see former coach Bill Self.
Seems
when
like
you're
an
there
unfair
taking on
advantage for
Providence.
Kansas to play in Wichita.
What do you know?
isn't it?
Yeah, what do you know?
Wait a minute, I'm arguing this thing that's not even going to happen.
You don't know that. This could actually be the bracket.
That's exactly
It
right.
won't be the bracket.
And we're breaking the story here on December 17th.
And he makes $2.5 million doing this fantasy game.
That's correct.
That's a sweet gig, man.
He doesn't make 2.5.
What do you think he makes?
Maybe 2.
2 what?
Bucks. $2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, send your emails in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Doug, a perfect holiday gift is a gift card from Sound Story using the promo code TMA to get 10% off at mysoundstory.com.
It sure is a perfect gift because sometimes moms and dads and grandparents can be hard to shop for because they've got everything. Well, here's something they probably don't have and they would absolutely love, and that's a Sound Story interview where they can come in and tell their life story, and you'll have it forever. And Sound Story has a special holiday discount of 10% off gift cards at mysoundstory.com when you enter the promo code TMA. Imagine being able to listen to a podcast interview with your mom or dad anytime, and now that is possible with Sound Story. Sound Story is an hour-long interview with your mom or dad or whoever in which they tell their life stories, making sure that you and your children will have these memories saved forever. And now, new in the 2024 holiday season, Sound Story is offering the option of a video interview to make sure both the stories and the images are preserved. It's a gift you will never regret giving. It's a gift that everyone in your family will absolutely love. Just go to mysoundstory.com and enter the promo code TMA to get the special 10% off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. That's promo code TMA at mysoundstory.com. Sound Story, for you, for them, forever.
There it is, mysoundstory.com, promo code TMA, 10% off. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back, CMA. Doug's appalled by some of the things he's learning as far as compensation and speaking engagement fees for friends of the show, Joel and Wardy.
Okay.
And Doris Burke. Jackson, you would pay to have Doris Burke come speak to you.
Just like to me, like in my home. That would be a little
Well, I'm sure
awkward.
it's coming to speak to your group.
Like a keynote speaker?
Right.
Yeah, like the Horton Watkins 10-year reunion.
I'd love that. I love Doris Burke.
You better buck up for old DB.
We got it.
$50K, Doug.
Pocket watch. We got it.
Speak for, what, half hour or so?
Yeah, what's probably an hour. It's probably per 60 minutes, I have to assume.
We can contact him for a virtual fee.
Oh, it's like an estimate.
Jeff Van Gundy's only $10,000.
Well, we all know Stan is who you really want. Although Jeff will let you know.
And this is just to come and kick around some NBA stories?
How much would it cost you, Doug, for an hour of speaking engagement?
No one's ever paid me a nickel.
Is that right? Really?
You've never done spoken to like a class?
I have.
And they didn't pay you?
No. I wouldn't expect it.
Has Ledoux asked you to come back since you've kind of started to blossom in the market?
Watkins Hall of Fame?
They've asked me to do career day, and they're
Have
like,
they really?
But like, they're like, we'd really love you to come in, and they're like, it's at 9 a.m. I was like, well, my career, I'm on the air at 9 a.m., so it's kind of tough. They're like, well, just take the day off. I was like, that's not.
And this
It's interesting that nobody at St. Louis University High School has invited me for career day.
This particular career day was going to be your advice to not follow this career?
Well, no.
This guy's a rising star.
And I want to, if the person out there who invited me is listening, I do very much appreciate the invite. And it's very kind.
It's a parasocial comment.
It's just like, I don't like, it's it would be tough to like justify taking a day off of work to come speak at a career day, you know.
When most of the kids wouldn't be interested anyway. They're just trying to get to the hour.
I don't know. This is a fun career.
You think you'd be in the top 50 most recognizable Ledoux alum?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Well, like of my class?
No.
Of all time?
Yeah.
No, God, no.
Who's
Of all
number
time.
one? Andy Russell, the old Steelers linebacker?
Yeah, probably.
He was in Hoke as well.
Jack Fox, my guy, punting for the Lions.
Yeah.
That's your guy?
Mm-hmm. Went to elementary, middle, high school with him.
They must have had some big name people. Jay Randolph Jr. as well.
Yeah, I think they would be
obviously big name people.
a lot of private equity folk, so maybe people you don't know.
That's why I said
Why would you get
recognizable.
private equity when you can do sportscasting?
It's a question I've been asking. This is why they want me to come to career day. I'm trying to change the narrative.
Why would you want to own the radio station instead of just work there?
Don Kahn is so parasocial, and appearance fees are so brat. Tee. Also, doesn't Winorty do radio for like St. Joseph? Pretty sure he does. Hey, Doug, they have that mascot that flaps its wings all game. Think about that. That's a Brian Engine.
Think about it, Doug.
They got, what, an eagle? Do they have? Or a hawk?
Hawk, and it flaps. It has to flap its wings the whole game.
Really?
That's the deal.
What do you mean the deal?
You don't know this?
Like in the charter?
You don't know. I'm surprised. I can't believe you don't know this.
St. Joseph
Hawks?
Hockey want wings.
St. Joseph.
Hawks!
Okay.
The university.
Where's that?
Philly?
I can't believe
Isn't
this.
it Philly?
St. Joseph? I don't know.
It's who Slew's debuting the All Blacks against.
Hawk
Atlantic
Hill
10,
campus.
Maybe.
You're a hoop rock guy.
Yeah, what a boy! If Josh Schertz were in here,
I know.
Who was the guy with the? Who was the famous coach that was there forever? Was that a Cheney?
Martelli? Was that
Dick
Phil
Cheney.
Martelli?
Joe Martelli.
Joe
Dick
Martelli.
Cheney. Was it Dick Cheney? No.
Dick
Who's
Cheney, no.
St. Joseph? Why do I not know this? Who's St. Joseph?
What are you talking about now?
You guys keep saying St. Joseph.
Hawks! The Hawks!
Hey,
Flap your wings the whole game.
is it a university? Okay, in Brooklyn?
Oh, is it? Okay.
Is it?
It's Philadelphia.
Yeah, Philly. It says Philly.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I
St.
thought it
John's
was.
is
But that's in New York.
The
Right.
St. Joseph University Hawk is known for flapping its wings continuously during basketball games, representing the school's motto, "The Hawk will never die."
That's brutal. Who has to do that
It's
gig?
like 2.5 hours of flapping your
It's
wings.
estimated that the Hawk flaps its wings 3,500 times per game.
Really? I'd take the over on that.
I wonder how
3,000?
heavy it is. If the wings are heavy, you couldn't do it.
Even if you just took your arms and flapped for 2.5 hours, you would feel your arms would be jelly.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, look at it. Let me tell you something. This was the Hawk.
Ripped.
That Hawk don't play. No, it's a woman. I don't really get that excited. All due respect, I don't want to kink shame.
Oh, it's a girl.
You think that was what's the name of the Miami mascot that was trying to throw
Sebastian for you.
Yeah. They should link up with that Hawk.
Wow.
I didn't know anything about. Sorry, I apologize. When I think of Saint in the Northeast, I think St. John's coming to America.
What about St. Bonaventure?
St. Bonnie's?
What about St. Bonaventure?
Woj. Hope speedy recovery for Woj.
Okay.
Cancer scare.
Asia Wittenberger was her name, Doug. For those who know Wittenberger, including Jack Jumper.
Who? Jack Jumper knows her.
Are we reading like a blog post? Jack Jumper. Who wants that text name? That's a good text name. Jack Jumper. I might take that for myself.
It's like a children's book for kids like in 5th grade that like sports by Matthew Christopher. Ooh, who was the shooting guard? Jack Jumper.
Jack Jumper, that is, yeah.
For those who knew Wittenberger, including Jack Jumper, Director of Athletics Communications, she and the Hawk are one and the same. Quote, she embodies everything that the Hawk is, from the spirit, personality, understanding what St. Joe's is. Asia Wittenberger has gotten that from day one. She's an amazing person to fill the wings.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I'm going to try to get her on.
Usually I'm on the board of stuff like that, but I'm with Doug on this one.
It's a college girl in a costume flapping her wings, and we're supposed to get excited just because Jack Jumper is?
I'm going to have her on when Tim and Jackson are out. Me, you, and Martin are going to talk it over with her.
Okay.
With who, Wittenberger?
You can have that as a surprise guest.
Wittenberger and Jumper.
No idea what the hell it is.
Them at the same time. Oh, that's a good idea.
Jackson don't know ball. Wow, sad. Anyways, I bet Wittenberger texting under the name Brian Henshin. Thanks. That's from Brian Henshin. The Hawk once got into a fight with another mascot and never stopped flapping one arm while throwing punches with the other. That's from Milagro Tequila, Texture of the Year, Harvard Day.
There's no way that's
the
real.
case. God bless the Hawk. That means Asia Wittenberger's fighting and Jack Jumper's watching the whole
Has this
thing?
been going on for some time? I assume Wittenberger isn't, omnipresent. She's not the Hawk Eternal.
She's got to have delts out of this world.
You have to think, right? Like, even if you just did that with your own raw arms, like, you would get
Just
pretty
weightless,
strong.
yeah.
You get cut for sure.
This virgin's been pushing levers on HD2 for barely 4 years, and all of a sudden he's too big to go speak at his own alma mater. Life comes at you fast, commie. That's some little Tommy Tribbins and Dougie's on a tricycle in the parking lot.
I would love to go speak. I just can't do it at 9 a.m. I mean, we're in the midst of radio excellence.
I like the text from the 618 there at the top. Does she have an only flaps?
That's a play on only.
Yes, I got that.
Pretty good.
Jack Jumper must have sent that in. Send your emails in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can call 636-532-5008. Aesthetic Design and Build's been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and I have gone out and I have seen that firsthand. So impressed that I had them to my home to take a look at the work they can do for us, ranging from doing a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade a covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. Visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way, or you can call 636-532-5008. They have a strong referral base from customers who had great experiences with them at Aesthetic Design and Build over the years, and for the most part, if someone has used them for one project, when they move or buy another home, they use them for that project as well. That's an incredible compliment to the work they do. aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the New Jersey Devils. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, I mean, this is a program now that's just breaking news left and right. We can confirm that in the mid-1990s, the St. Joseph Hawk and the Rhode Island Ram did fight, and the St. Joseph Hawk did continue to flap its wings throughout the bout. A very confused Rhode Island coach, Jim Herrick, was talking with the officials about what had just transpired in the middle of the floor between the Hawk and the Ram. Phil Martelli had to get in the middle of it between the Hawk and the Ram. And I just saw it with my own eyes, courtesy of Milagro Tequila, Texter of the Year 2023 and 2024 Arbor Day. I think the best in the business, Doug.
Yeah, paying dividends early.
Amen.
Does one of the other teams get a technical if your mascot gets in a brawl?
I would think.
What is the rule?
I would think.
You're always chirping officials at the JCC, right?
Not chirping, but, having pointed warnings, conversations.
Just say nothing.
Sometimes it's how you do it. It's not yelling at the official. It's saying, hey, how come that wasn't a foul down there?
Call them both ways, zebra.
Yeah. Guys, I was the mascot at my school, and you wouldn't believe the amount of banging that went on between the mascots and the costumes. Whenever you would play another school, you and the other mascot would meet in the costume below the stadium. Sometimes it was a girl, but if you were lucky, it was a guy.
No.
That's from
That's furry behavior.
Would they let me apply?
Don't take shame.
Would they let me apply to be Truman, or is that a student-only job?
Probably student only.
How creepy would it be if some 30-something guy said, I'll be Truman?
I'll be 40 by next football season. I may make a series out of that.
The older
Chairman
you get,
applies to be Truman.
I think first they're going to find a quarterback, then they're going to find a 40-year-old mascot. I think that's the priority list.
Unless if you were really old, it would be kind of cute.
Drink if you're listening.
If you were 75 or something, you go,
Like the
look,
Six
this
Flags
is old
guy.
school.
Like the Six Flags.
I am available in the mascot portal. So,
Chairman Card could be Truman next year. Keep an eye on it. Hey, Schefter Door Company is the sponsor of the app on TMA. That's Jason Gosrow and his outstanding company. This is the time of year when temperatures get cold that you hear that garage door spring snap. Garage door comes falling to the ground. You go, what in the world was that? Here's the deal. Garage door spring broke. It's not the end of the world. You go to SchaeferDoor.com or you call or text the number they set up for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. And then one of Jason Gosrow's service techs will be out there and they will fix it with the quickest response time. I don't know how many TMA listeners have said, man, I had it happen to me. And they were out there, and oftentimes they are able to do it the same day. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They service commercial doors as well. It's Schefter Door Company. Online at SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schefter Door, a Clopay master authorized dealer. I am monitoring PowerMizzou.com like crazy today. Is today the day Doug Missouri gets a quarterback?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
they got their mascot taken care of with Chairman Kurt, but
they must not think Sam Horn is the guy if they're frantically searching for another one.
You got to have a plan B. You got to have a plan
Should have a
B.
competition.
As we saw, Drew Pine isn't necessarily the direction you want to go. Well, PowerMizzou.com and the Colonel brought to you by James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. He is my insurance agent. And man, I am so happy that I made the switch. And you go, I've got somebody I know who's kind of taking care of it, friend of the family, or I know the guy from college and it's his job and I don't want to, he's fine. I email him and a couple days later he gets back to me. I ain't gonna cut it. You got a claim, you got a wreck, you got something that happened to your home, you got life insurance questions, you need answers immediately. And that is why when you call right now, 314-961-4800, you're going to talk to somebody right here in the St. Louis area with James Carlton in his office in Webster Groves. It's also super easy to go to carltoninsurance.net. The service separates them from everybody else, plus the way they go out of their way to make sure they're saving their customers money. carltoninsurance.net, 405-star reviews on Google Reviews. It's James Carlton. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Hey, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett. This is 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Day. Ow! I was looking up Miller Moss when he was possibly coming to Mizzou. When I see a good-looking kid like that, I check out the moms to see how hot they are.
Okay.
She is pretty hot. But the interesting thing is his dad is 81 years old. Let me make this clear. In 5 years, if you find out I'm going to be a father again, I give you permission to end my life. That's from Steve, one sitting this one out way.
You think that's true? Miller Moss's dad is 81?
I don't know. Jackson, have you done that research? Is his
That
father
is accurate.
81?
Eric
Wow.
Owen Moss, his father, who is an architect, is 81 years old.
How about that?
Huh. Okay.
Chairman Steve in Wildwood won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year in 2023. Buck Swope won it in 2024. Pretty good. I appreciate your asking. You know what? That's a lie, and Tim deserves better than me fibbing. I'm not making this up. As Chairman Kurt continues to filter me, it's as though he forgot where he came from. Jefferson Dam County. How about throwing a guy a bone? And I will not be addressing this again. Utilitarianism is an ethical theory that determines right from wrong by focusing on outcomes. And there could be no better outcome than Tim just having a perfect show today. But this email is about making out with Santa. As they left Hot Shots last Friday, I heard him say, "Ho, ho, ho, who wants to snuggle?" Everybody knows my weakness is shiny black boots, so having his way with me was like taking candy from a baby. A 61-year-old Lithuanian baby with a giant chubby covered in hot sauce from an unfortunate wings order mishap. That's from a guy by the name of Neil, and his last name's Enbob.
Okay. Neil Embiid?
Trust the process.
Yeah.
Jake's
Okay.
Coke. Rails.
All right.
Dear D'Angelo, I want to send my sincerest thanks for some advice you solicited a few weeks back. We had our annual Friends Christmas party over the weekend, and it was a pretty wild rob your neighbor game. I took Chairman Kurt's route and went to my local smut shop for a prize. The one-legged dwarf behind the counter told me that the blow-up dolls in my price range were sold out. I went with the closest prize, the bouncy baller. It ended up being the only sexually themed gift this year, but my friend's wife robbed that item and immediately left the party. So I guess we done good, KG. Cheers to you, good chairman. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Another day, another email of the day sent after listening to the podcast. Where to start? How about Doug falling for Fact Sports on Twitter, currently known as X? Damn, Doug. You don't say you wouldn't take a deal for a declining third baseman for one of the rising third baseman plus prospects? I shouldn't be surprised that MAGA Doug went all in for misinformation without checking. That seems pretty on brand.
Wait till you get to today's episode.
I'm glad we broke down the definition of simp in the most Jackson way possible. Jackson, brevity is the soul of wit. Here is the definition. Someone who does way too much for a person they like. You know, Jackson's simping for Travis Hunter's girlfriend. Now Libby Jack can understand this is probably a microaggression or whatever he calls it. It isn't a full Jay-Z big simping, but he was pretty defensive in the moment. Another hot topic was the amount of cuck discussion. Jackson was quick to bring up cuck chairs in every hotel. One could say he was even simping for cuck chairs. Not kink shaming, the show or its followers would never, but we know what Jackson likes. Probably the reason...
Excuse me?
I don't know if this probably should...
He's gone
Chairman
off the
Curry
rails.
probably would have get to the
Who is
file
this?
on this one. This is from the Future Podcast of the Year. We live by the mafia rules of the wives and the children. Stay out of it. Wives including significant others also. Jackson's significant other took a hit right there at the end. That's why I
That's his name is
edited on the
Future
fly.
Podcaster of the Year?
Yes.
Poor email. Very poor.
Remember the date, December 17th, 2024, when Libby Jack officially earned the title of Smarty Pants A-hole. Someone must have put extra Adderall in his Cheerios this morning as Libby Jack came out of the blocks cocky as hell, despite producing a weak sauce dossier highlighted by the Vikings' hideous uniforms that he actually liked. Jesus. They looked like the effing Colts. Next up on the dossier was just your standard Twitter slap and tickle between an NFL reporter and the coach of a 2-10 college basketball team arguing over the NIL budget of a state school in California that literally literally 0% of the audience cares about. Speaking of wasting time on topics that no one in the audience cares about, Libby Jack was sure to recap what happened when a pair of NBA teams that are a combined 20 games under 500 squared off in Charlotte last night. But the heel turn didn't come until the 8 o'clock hour when Libby Jack wagered his entire net worth that Doug was too stupid to figure out.
That's not what I said.
How to run the board. Bro, you're producing a juvenile sports talk radio show, not splitting atoms. The guy you replaced was high as hell literally every minute of every show. How hard could it be? Apparently it's too hard to book the wrestling reporter who called in every Tuesday for going on 15 years, but hasn't been on in weeks. Libby Jack instead wanted to spend time on a Twitter slap and tickle over Sacramento State's NIL fund, white knighting for Travis Hunter's girlfriend, relitigating mid-90s Oscar winners, and quoting Nick Saban's Twitter account that's not actually Nick Saban, who is now reporting that the Giants have fired head coach Brian Dable. Is that a new report? That's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
And finally, hey, fellas, heard the discussion about the upcoming TMA underwear collection earlier this morning and wanted to ask a few questions and provide some suggestions about the 2025 product line. Number one, what's the cut on those drawers, boy? We talking a boxer brief, a tidy, or something a little more exotic? I prefer a tidy. Ever since the old lady had me fixed, I find some extra support to be a bit more comfortable. But some exotics could be a fun Christmas surprise for the father-in-law. Number two, a little TMA logo or just a little picture of Doug's face would look real cute on the front of the boy flap.
Okay.
I would feel guilty every time some dribblies fall onto Doug's whittled chin.
That's enough! Who was it, Tim?
It's a medical doctor, Dr. Dickenballs.
Okay. Dr. Deacon Boule. I believe he's French.
That's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email day. What you got?
I think the only possible solution is
Chairman,
Buck
don't
Swope.
delete them just yet, because I'm still looking at them. It just disappeared.
Sorry.
Buck Swope. I'm voting for Buck Swope.
Chairman, your vote.
It was riddled with inaccuracies, but it made me giggle. Buck Swope.
Oh, my! Jackson, do you feel like you and Chairman Kurt now you're going to be like the Hawk and the Ram at St. Joe's in Rhode Island?
No, I mean, Buck really good email. Not every time I open my mouth, I'm not like being an idiot. I think sometimes I say stuff with some merit. Whatever.
Sometimes, yeah.
And I wasn't saying Doug was too stupid. I just know he's not great with technology, and this would give him some trouble. He's not too stupid at all.
How about that, Doug? How's that feel?
I feel like he's backtracking.
No, I think you could get us on the air, but there's several things. We don't have time. I don't care.
Bug and Ass sponsor the 10 o'clock hour, stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast, and the great Ryan Seiberg in the service department. You can text or call the secret number they set up for TMA listeners, which is the following, 314-252-0029. That's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. If you are in the market for a new car or pre-owned car, go to stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com, and you can go shopping right now with Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, stlouisacura.com, and altontoyota.com. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrari are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan, and this has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.